politics, only survival, and the NHS was there for me when I needed it. Walking through the doors of my department every day as the person entrusted with protecting the very service that saved my life has been a massive responsibility and the most enormous privilege, and not one I gave up lightly or hastily. I left the government because we are in the fight of our lives against nationalism, and it is a fight that we are currently losing. Unless we change course, we risk handing the keys of number 10 to reform, and I do not want that on our consciences. For the first time in our history, nationalists are in power in every corner of the United Kingdom. Scottish and Welsh nationalism represents an existential threat to the future integrity of the United Kingdom. And Reform UK represent a threat to the values and ideals that have made this country great. Values and ideals that are written into the DNA of the National Health Service they would dismantle given the chance. Its very existence an act of courage as well as conviction, that healthcare should be provided based on what each of us need, not what any of us can afford. A reminder that even in our darkest hours, this country is capable of doing big things. It is our responsibility to defend that promise and the values it represents, not just for the NHS or even for the survival of this government, but to win the battles we thought that were long since won, of progressives against reactionaries, of patriots versus nationalists, of hope over hate. That is our fight. It's Andy Burnham's fight in Makerfield, and it is Labour's fight for the soul of our country. For too long, and for too often, patriotism in Britain has been left to the loudest voices and the narrowest arguments, as though love of country belongs to one tribe, one party, or one point of view. But the Britain I believe in is bigger than that, because patriotism is not about who you exclude. It is about who you stand beside. It is not rooted in fear of change or suspicion of difference. It is rooted in solidarity, in the belief that we rise or fall together. That is the best of our country's story. A Britain where people from different backgrounds, different faiths, different nations and regions still see themselves in one another. A country where the son of Indian pharmacists can become our first Hindu Prime Minister without having his Englishness questioned. A patriotism built not on blood and soil, but on shared values, shared institutions, and shared responsibilities. I understand that the SNP and Plaid Cymru will not see themselves in the English nationalist politics of the party that sits behind them. But nationalism is not progressive, and nationalism and patriotism are not the same things. Nationalism says, look inward, protect your own, turn away from the others. Patriotism says, this country is strongest when we are confident enough to be outward-looking, generous and united. United, but not always the same. On these benches, we believe in a stronger Scotland and a stronger Wales as part of a fairer United Kingdom. And 28 years ago this week, the people of Northern Ireland took a leap of faith and voted to endorse the Good Friday Agreement, the triumph of hope over bitter enmity, a reminder that a bigger and better politics is possible when people have courage. That is why we must reject the politics that tries to divide us, whether it's dividing the countries of the United Kingdom or the people who call Britain their home. The nurse from Nigeria is not the enemy of the factory worker in Newcastle. The family fleeing war is not responsible for the cost of living crisis. Division is the oldest trick in politics, and Britain deserves better than that. Because the future of this country will not be built by setting neighbour against neighbour. It will be built by renewing the bonds between us, decent jobs, strong public services, safe communities, a place we can call home, and a sense that everyone has a stake in Britain's success. That is the patriotism we need today. Not a brittle nationalism built on grievance, but a confident British patriotism, decent, fair-minded, internationalist, bound together in common endeavour with the conviction that our greatest strength has always been one another. We need to mobilise that spirit as we face the gathering storm. The war in Iran may be over for now, but this fragile peace has not resolved the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Even if it were resolved tomorrow, the long-tail consequences for the global economy and the British people will be stark. And the tragedy for this government is that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has been delivering the fastest growing economy in the G7, falling inflation and lower interest rates. Her hard work undermined by the consequences of a war we did not choose. And I pay tribute to the Prime Minister for keeping us out of it. It will be painful for the British people who have weathered crisis after crisis, some imposed on us, like the wars in Iran and Ukraine and the pandemic. Others, like austerity, Brexit, and Liz Truss's joyride with the British economy, the result of poor political leadership. When I gave my maiden speech 11 years ago, I argued that none of the problems facing our country would be solved by leaving the European Union. Today, in the dangerous and volatile world we find ourselves in, dominated by an unpredictable superpower in the USA, a rising superpower in China, and a failed superpower in Russia, it is even more clear that we would have been better off leading Europe than leaving the European Union. Not despite our sovereignty and the need to control our borders, but to enable those things. This is why I argue for a new special relationship. It is also why I welcome the assurances that the government is strengthening sanctions on Russia to underline our rock-solid support that we have given President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. The front line in Ukraine is the front line for our freedom and democracy, and we are meant to be the party of internationalism and solidarity. It is only too disappointing to see reform councillors taking down the Ukraine flag when the British people want to fly it in solidarity. It is truly, truly shameful. No. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, NATO's Secretary-General is right to warn today that our alliance has an unhealthy reliance on one ally. We need to invest more heavily in our defence and more rapidly. I know my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, and his team do not need persuading on this, nor do they need lectures from the Conservative Party, who ran down our capability and now have the audacity to heckle from the sidelines like the arsonist complaining that the fire brigade hasn't turned up fast enough. I'm with the Secretary of State and his team all the way. But we also, he says, the Shadow Secretary of State says bankrupting the country. I think he's thinking about Liz Truss and the joyride that no doubt he was cheering on. I think a period of silence, or at least an apology, might be welcome from the Conservative front bench. But we also need to recognise that a nation draws its strength from the condition of its people. A recent survey of 16 to 29-year-olds suggested that around half of all young people in this country wouldn't be prepared to fight for it. I'm not so sure about that. I think they would be every bit as brave and self-sacrificing as their grandparents and great-grandparents were, or as their contemporaries holding back the Russians in Ukraine have been. When the cause is just and the need is urgent, they will step up, regardless of what they might have told opinion pollsters. I know this because when this country was facing a dire threat from COVID, young people did step up. The generation least at risk gave up the most to help the rest of us keep safe. And how did Britain repay them? Shortchanging them on their education, layering on debt, making it harder to get on the housing ladder, failing to protect them from the AI jobs apocalypse. This generation is the first left totally exposed to the time-sucking algorithms and perils of social media. The Education Secretary and I have raised our concerns about the impact of this on their learning and their well-being, but I also wonder what it is doing to their sense of connection with community and country. But patriotism isn't a lecture the old deliver to the young. It's a relationship. And for generations, Britain understood that relationship as a social contract. You work hard, you play by the rules, you contribute to society, and in return, you can build a decent life, a secure job, home of your own, a family if you want one, and the hope and conviction that your children will do better than you did. A generation ago, the average home cost around 4 times average earnings. In many parts of Britain today, it is 8, 10, even 12 times earnings. Private rents consume vast proportions of household income. Millions of young people who work hard and do the right thing cannot see a path to home ownership or security. Today, nearly 1 million young people are not in education, employment or training. Many are trapped in insecure work, unable to move out, delaying starting their families, postponing adulthood itself. And layered on top of this economic insecurity is a new technological anxiety. For generations, people believed there was a ladder of advancement, an entry-level job, skills acquired over time, promotion, security, progress. Now many young people fear that artificial intelligence may remove the lower rungs of that ladder altogether. They ask, what skills will still matter? Will there still be routes into stable, middle-class lives for kids from working-class families like mine? Will deindustrialisation be replaced with reindustrialisation and the jobs of the future? Will opportunities extend to our towns, rural and coastal communities, or will inequality become entrenched? These are not irrational fears. They are rooted in real economic change. And unless mainstream democratic politics can answer these questions, others will exploit that vacuum. They already are. Defence is about hard power and capabilities, but it is underpinned by the soft power that binds a country together: pride, belonging, shared activities and institutions, hope. We need to rebuild them for modern times. This is the calling of the Labour Party, brought into existence to champion the interests of the working man and woman, the many, not just the privileged few. It gave this kid from a council estate in Stepney in East London the chance to realise my potential, to go to a great university and spend my career tackling the injustices that hold other kids from backgrounds like mine back. The greatest tragedy of Britain today is that the next generation, for the first time in our modern history, face worse prospects than the last. So the question isn't whether young people would fight for their country, but when their country is going to fight for them. Yeah. This is our generational challenge. To not only deal with the immediate issues of affordability, small boats and NHS waiting lists, but also to face up to a turbulent world being remade by climate change and the biggest and fastest industrial revolution in the history of the world. To make sure that no one is left behind and no one is held back. That's our job now, as the old economy of the 20th century finally gives way to the AI revolution of the 21st. And to tackle the crisis facing the next generation as an emergency with the urgency that the moment requires. Never waste a minute. That's been my mantra in government, and it's why I don't believe our party has time to waste in government treading water. Because the thing about emergencies is that they make the impossible possible. Look back at the crises we've confronted. We couldn't vaccinate against the deadly virus until we could. We couldn't nationalise the banking system until we could. We couldn't reorient our entire manufacturing base towards building aircraft until we could. We couldn't build hundreds of thousands of homes fit for heroes until we could. In times of greatest peril, our country has been capable of doing big things. We still can. Britain used to punch above its weight in the world. We still can. Each generation used to provide a better future for the next. We still can. Another member of the Cancer Club The late great bow babe, Dame Deborah James, famously said, "Take risks, love deeply, have no regrets, and always, always have rebellious hope." It is with that in mind, and with the belief that we can and must do better, with deep love for my party and my country, with no regrets, and with rebellious hope, that I have left the government. The Labour Party was elected to deliver real change. We still can.
Dr. Andrew Morrison, after which we'll go to a speaking limit of 7 minutes. Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I genuinely congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman for a remarkable speech and wish him well in his future ambitions. But his speech and its content were, I'm afraid, not as germane as the contribution of the Honourable Gentleman who chairs the Defence Select Committee. I agree with everything he had to say. I only regret I couldn't put it as elegantly as he did. The Right Honourable Gentleman, Member for Ilford North's resignation letter on Thursday is worth reading, and I'm very sure that members of the Treasury benches will have read it closely. He talked of where we need a vision, we have a vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift. And that should worry the government, and I agree with him. And I'm particularly mindful of the Defence Investment Plan, which we haven't seen. And I'm very conscious that the Defence Readiness Bill, which we were expecting in this King's speech, has yet to materialise. That's of deep and profound concern. In the 1930s, where arguably we faced a similar situation to that which we're up against now, the government of the day decided about 5 years in advance of the outbreak of the Second World War that it must gear up our defence industrial base to tackle the future. And it created things like shadow factories, initially with the opposition of industry and centred very largely, at least initially, around the automotive industry and the production of aircraft, but extending much further than that. And it was truly a cooperative venture that led eventually to this country being able to turn out in those early years more aircraft than Germany was able to do. And I would have thought that this government would have learnt those lessons and would now be bringing forward, as a matter of urgency, its own defence readiness bill. It has missed an opportunity, and I'm very sorry about that, because there is no question of a doubt that industry is being held back, as has already been mentioned this afternoon, in its ambition to partner with the Ministry of Defence, with ministers, and get things going in terms of reprovisioning what we have sent to Ukraine, quite rightly, and fitting our armed forces for the future. Now, some have already mentioned hollowing out. I think it's worthwhile saying that in 1989, every country in the Western world was taking a peace dividend. It would have been extraordinary had they not, and they would have been punished by the voters. But that was then. The big lesson I learned from what has happened in the years since 1989 is actually you can afford to titrate what you provide in order to defend this country, which is never popular electorally, with the threat that is facing you, but you must do nothing to reduce your armed forces below an irreducible minimum so that you can regrow at pace, rapidly, as happened before in the years immediately preceding 1914 and 1939. And you must do nothing that will damage long-term projects, because procurement isn't something you can turn on and off like a tap. Procurement takes decades. I think we've learnt that mistake. And one of the mistakes I think the previous government made was delaying the dreadnought class. And the reason for that, as I referred to in the intervention that the Honourable Gentleman very generously allowed me to make, was the coalition government and pressure from our then coalition partner. Now, right now, we're facing our principal ally, the United States, backing off in terms of its support for ourselves and our European allies. We can no longer entirely rely on that which we had previously heavily relied upon. We will be the only provider of a nuclear deterrent if it's, as it seems likely, the US proceeds on this particular course of action. That is to say, a nuclear deterrent declared to NATO. It is therefore important that in the Defence Readiness Bill, when we see it, we have a reaffirmed commitment to reprovisioning CASD at pace. Now, much work has been done in terms of infrastructure and at AWE, but we are still facing a rundown Vanguard class that is obliged to go on patrol for upwards of 200 days, with consequent impact on the men and now women who man up the submarine service. And of all the pinch point trades in our armed forces, it is those that exist within the submarine service that should keep us all awake at night. It is imperative that we accelerate that programme. And I would also ask ministers to look at the F-35 Alpha provision and agree with me that providing 12 airframes is hardly sufficient given the threat that we now face. I need to know, I'd like to know, I'm sure the whole House would like to know, when the F-35 Alphas will be operational as opposed to providing training airframes. Is it the intention of the government to expedite that programme? Is it the intention of the government to exploit the option that it has kept open to have more than 12 of those airframes? And will ministers confirm that they will be nuclear enabled? Madam Deputy Speaker, I would strongly urge that ministers look at the Sovereign Defence Fund bill in the alternative King's Speech. It would repurpose the National Wealth Fund to overhaul our vital defence industrial base. Now, governing is about difficult decisions, and it seems to me that defence is a more urgent priority right now than using the fund to, in the words of government, help tackle climate change. A more urgent priority indeed than ramping up welfare, as Lord Robertson has made very clear. Now, the defence industrial base is going to be pretty useless if it's not populated by men and women with the skills necessary to deliver what is needed in order to keep this country safe. The Youth Opportunities Bill in the alternative King's Speech has the kind of imaginative content that I would have expected from an incoming government that had 14 years to think about these things. But unfortunately not. All we had from the Prime Minister on young people on Wednesday was a load of waffle. Time and again, it's as if he's a passive observer rather than an active participant. The Youth Opportunities Bill sets out how genuine investment in our young people will power and then grow the economy, delivering a virtuous circle from which everyone benefits. It will cap state funding for pointless, work-irrelevant, badly taught degrees from third-rate institutions that are perpetrating a fraud on a generation. It will grow well-focused apprenticeships like those offered by Wiltshire College in my constituency. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just want to say a few words in conclusion about special forces. And we have to approach these issues with a great deal of care. I am extremely concerned by the messaging that has gone out from this government in relation to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. It isn't so much the case that has been put before the House by the Northern Ireland Office Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, but it is the way it has been received. And the Honourable Gentleman sitting next to the Secretary of State for for Defence will know absolutely, because his contacts are probably better than mine, that this has caused a degree of disquiet, particularly among units that are absolutely crucial to this country's defence and security. And they will perceive that in years to come, a future government may decide that what is happening now, what is acceptable right now, is no longer acceptable. Of course I'll give
This business about what's going on over Northern Ireland, it's not alone, because it builds on a perception and the gratuitous pursuit of soldiers involved in Afghanistan and Iraq, partly by the Prime Minister in a previous life, but by the lawyers knowing full well that what they were pursuing were in fact complete untruths. And that has made them wonder, what's the point? If politicians will not stand up for them, then who will?
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. He won't be surprised to hear from me. But I would say it's more than Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland has read across to a number of theatres where our men and women are actively engaged or could be in the future. And it seems to me that the exodus from some of these units is going to cause irretrievable and irrecoverable damage to our ability to protect the men and women of this country. So I would urge ministers, I have no doubt that they're doing this with all the best of intentions, to look at the messaging that is being given to the men and women of our armed forces, many of which I have the honour and privilege to represent, and decide what they can do in order to address this legislation. I would say scrap it and start again. But if they can't do that, what they can do to prevent this idea getting penetrance among those units particularly, that the government is simply not on their side, and in any event, even if they were, that governments in the future may, by the standards of the day, decide that what is being done in the name of the state at the moment, in the King's name, was no longer acceptable. Lawfare is a real and present danger for the men and women of our armed forces, and I feel certain that the Secretary of State, knowing him as I do, is cognizant of the threat that it faces. Madam Deputy Speaker, conscious of the frog in your throat, I shall end my remarks there.
Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the member for South West Wiltshire, and it's very clear that when it comes to defence readiness, there is much upon which we can all agree. I wanted also, before he leaves the chamber, to pay tribute to the member for Chingford and Woodford Green as well, and my right honourable friend, the member for Ilford North. I think the former set out in very powerful terms the challenges that we face as a country. However, it was my right honourable friend who set out in very powerful terms also the hope and the determination that we must show in government in order to meet those challenges in a way that they deserve. And as ever, he shows great courage and strength in leading from the front. Because the debate today quite rightly focuses on defence and national security, and it clearly couldn't be more timely given the challenges that we face. But that sense of security comes not just from investment in defence, although clearly that is important, and I will come to that shortly, but also that investment in the broadest sense possible in our people, in creating strong, resilient, enterprising and cohesive communities, and that is what will ultimately keep us safe. The Armed Forces Bill and the National Security Bill are important steps forward, and with the disgusting and horrifying extremism and anti-Semitism that we have seen rising here in Britain, the Tackling State Threats Bill will also be a welcome response to those threats that we face on our own soil, including from Iran and the Islamic State Revolutionary Guard Corps. And having called for this, I welcome the legislation that is coming, and I will be following developments on it very closely. But we cannot make meaningful progress on defence without the Defence Investment Plan. And whilst I know that the Secretary of State and his team are working incredibly hard on producing this. The delay is and does risk having real-world consequences, and we need it to maintain our international credibility. For example, in my role as UK Trade Envoy to Italy, I know how important the collaboration is for our GCAP programme and the opportunities and the defence investment that will be unleashed. In my region, the North East, our defence sector is a major employer, supporting thousands of jobs and a wide network of small and medium enterprises. And we could do even more, but we do need that certainty and that security about what is coming down the track. And that is as much to protect our supply chains as those big contractors that we know are still waiting. Because without the investment plan, we risk undermining defence manufacturing and sovereign capabilities, both in my region and across the country. And domestic production is not something we can gamble with. We have such a strong story to tell in Newcastle. The opening of the North East Space Skills and Technology Centre at Northumbria University has added a new dimension to our regional capabilities, supporting apprenticeships and graduate programmes and helping to build the next generation of skilled workers. And we know that defence investment, it doesn't just impact one industry, it boosts skills, innovation and opportunities across our whole economy. And that's why we need to know the details of the plan so that businesses can provide that real tangible support for our young people, so that they can access high quality training and employment. And as a northerner, I'm pleased to see the Northern Powerhouse Bill also included in the King's Speech, and that must be backed by genuine investment. The North cannot possibly endure yet another round of broken promises, especially after the catastrophic HS2 management of the previous government. The Small Business Protections Bill is also long overdue protection for sole traders, freelancers and family-run businesses who we know have been ignored by large companies for far too long. And I know that so many small businesses will welcome this, as it could genuinely save livelihoods, particularly in retail and hospitality. And on the subject of retail and hospitality, the North East is home to some of the best. Newcastle North is the home of the Greggs sausage roll, after all. But many in the sector are concerned about the impact of the overnight visitor levy bill. So I do urge ministers to keep an eye and keep an open mind on how it emerges and the evidence that comes through it, because we do need to ensure our hospitality industry thrives. And for many at the moment, it's too often a question of whether they'll survive. So I urge the Chancellor to do everything possible to support our businesses, especially in retail, leisure and hospitality, because they are the sectors that give so many of our young people their first foot on the career ladder. And without them, we know that costs to the state and to those individuals will be so much higher. But too often, the government doesn't fear, the businesses feel like the odds are stacking up against them. But as a government, we just need to pull all in one direction. It's in all of our interests to make sure that those opportunities reach us far and wide for jobs, for investment, and for community cohesion. Because that is as much about our national security as investment in rotary blades and electronics. So I will continue to monitor this and call for it in my role as the co-chair of the Youth Employment All-Party Group. And finally, the government's work through the Energy Independence Bill and Nuclear Regulation Bill are both welcome. They'll strengthen our energy security and our national security, and they will accelerate homegrown renewable energy. And as the chair of the All-Party Group on Warm Homes, I want to see a really ambitious energy production, and I will continue to monitor the impact both on warm homes and the retrofitting of homes as well, because that is how we will help households manage the rising costs of living. There's so much in this King's Speech to be welcomed by my constituents in Newcastle North, from the Common Hold and Leaseholders' Rights Bill to the Social Housing Renewal Bill. But we have to ensure that they feel it, that they understand it, that they come with us and they see the vision, so that we can help people to build better lives and stronger communities right across the UK.
Sir Julian Lewis. Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady for Newcastle North has such a sunny personality that I always feel cheered up after listening to her contributions, even when she's the bearer of somewhat disappointing news about the economy. Also, I was impressed with the speech of the former Secretary of State for Health, who's just about to escape from the chamber. It did leave me wondering, had I been a parliamentary sketch writer, what my headline would have been. And I think the headline would have been, "Why on earth did he resign?" It sounded much more like a manifesto in a leadership campaign than a trigger for calling one, but there we are, we all have our own motives, and he did say one particular point of great relevance to this debate, which I had already, I promise, Madam Deputy Speaker, written down before I heard him make it, which was the comparison between the terrible experience of the pandemic and the terrible experience of a country involved in a full-scale war. There were, of course, the casualties. There was the determination to learn from it. There was the outcome that means that we are a lot better prepared for the future. Should another deadly virus attack us, we will, as a result of the lessons learned during that pandemic, be in a much better position to develop vaccines, effective vaccines, far more quickly. But the real parallel, I'm afraid, is not a very happy one. It is the fact that if someone had said, before we knew we were going to have that pandemic, you need to invest a considerable sum of money into developing a system to enable you to develop vaccines in quick response to the emergence of a new deadly virus, we probably would not have done it. And that is where the parallel lies with wartime situations. Because for many years now, defence-minded members on both sides of the House have been urging successive governments that we need to spend a lot more on defence. And if those warnings go unheeded, and if this country ends up in a full-scale armed conflict with a peer adversary, we will not be talking about spending 3 or 4% on defence of GDP. We will be talking about, and we will actually be having to spend 30 or 40% of GDP on defence. And we do not wish to get to that situation, because not only is it economic loss, but think of the human cost. Because if by investing in defence in peacetime, you can actually deter a potential enemy from starting a war, you then not only save the treasure, you save the blood that otherwise is shed so copiously. So Russia, as we know, is spending something of the order of between 1/3 and 1/2 of its gross domestic product on military power. And the Defence Committee, in the past, has looked at the question of what this country has historically spent. And in both a report entitled Shifting the Goalposts and in a second report, Shifting the Goalposts, an update, the figures were spelt out, which showed that my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford, was completely correct. In the mid-1980s, he said, when he was serving, that we were spending of the order of 5.3%. In fact, in 1983 to 4, the figure given at the time was 4.4%, and in 1984 to 5, the figure was 4.5%. But in reality, That was because we held higher criteria for what counted as defence expenditure than the other NATO powers. And later on, we adopted their standards. So looking back now, when we're talking in these percentage terms, we can see that those figures were actually 5.3% in 1983 to 4 and 5.5% in 1984 to 5. Now, these are very big figures, and people talk about the way in which the peace dividend was taken. But as my honourable friend on the front bench, the Shadow Secretary of State, pointed out, in 1996 to 7, the year in which Tony Blair took over from the Conservative government, that was already half a dozen years at least since the end of the Cold War, if we count that as 1991 rather than 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall. And at that time, 1996 to 7, 6 years after the ending of the Cold War, we were still spending 3%. Yep. When you consider that that was the figure then, and when you consider, as quite rightly the chairman of the current day Defence Committee said in an admirably objective speech, that Russia is preparing for conflict now, but we are responding too slowly. He said time is short given the urgency of the situation. He's exactly right. When we are talking about achieving figures of 3% in a few years' time and 5% in a few more years' time, I just put it to the House, does the killer in the Kremlin intend to give us that time? And if we want to deter him from taking a step which would be to the detriment of the world, then we need to invest now. And as in the case of the pandemic, we need to find the money now. And if a war broke out tomorrow, we would find the money now. So let's find it today and diminish the chance of that terrible conflict happening on the day after.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome any debate which has the collective security of the British people at its heart, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe one of the greatest threats to security is the economic system governing this country, which has consistently failed working class people and communities, an issue which undoubtedly will be made worse still by the illegal and ill-planned war in Iran. So now more than ever, we need a radical restructuring of both priorities and policies, more council housing, a total end to right to buy, the nationalisation of our key industries sold off and gutted by Thatcher, including water and energy. And in 2026, no one in Britain should be going hungry. So I welcome the recognition in the King's speech from the government that a food poverty crisis exists in the UK. However, redistribution of surplus food won't begin to end the food insecurity faced by over 14 million people in this country. It's a stick and plaster over the gaping wound. We need a solution that acknowledges the sheer scale of hunger across the UK. Over the last 5 months, the Right to Food Commission, I am proud to be part of, has travelled across these islands from Liverpool, Knowsley to Newcastle, Northumberland, from Cardiff and Aberdeen to Belfast, with Glasgow and London to come next month, listening to people this country too often ignores. Not economists in boardrooms, not corporate lobbyists, but working class people in working class communities who understand better than anyone the scale of food insecurity in this country and how it is impacting the lives and health of the very people. The people living every day in hunger, every single day, and living with its consequences. The Commission have gathered evidence for what I believe will be a defining report for our generation, a roadmap to finally making the right to food the law of the land, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, in one of the richest countries on earth, millions of our people are going hungry, and that should shame every single one of us in this place. And I say this truthfully because what I've heard over the last few months has left me absolutely devastated. I've sat with parents skipping meals so their kids can eat. I've listened to disabled people tell us they're sitting in freezing homes deciding whether to put the heating on or buy food, let alone a treat, a date trip, or God forbid a holiday. I've met with workers in full-time jobs relying on food banks to survive, and that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the scandal of modern Britain, because these people are not failing. Britain is failing them. We have heard evidence from PCS union members outlining how civil servants are using food banks because of low pay. The Bakers Union reports on how the very workers who make our food cannot afford to put it on their own tables. Think about how obscene that is. Think about how flawed our economic system must be if it results in this. And let us not stop pretending that this happens by accident. It did not. This is the result of political decisions. 40 years in neoliberal economics that have seen people and communities disempowered and left behind, industries destroyed, trade union power weakened, public services hollowed out, wages and incomes driven down while wealth flows upwards. And then after that, people are told to be grateful for charity. Madam Deputy Speaker, food banks were never supposed to be part of British life. They're the clearest sign our economy and society is broken. But an entire generation of children are now growing up believing food banks are normal. That is not normal. It is not acceptable, and also it's not inevitable, because hunger in Britain is not caused by a lack of food. It's caused by poverty. That is the truth at the heart of this debate, not scarcity, poverty, low wages, insecure work, sky-high rents, broken security system, and an economic system that pretends wealth while punishing the poor. That's why I say gently to the government ministers, surplus food redistribution is not a solution to hunger. Yes, any support for struggling families matters, of course it does, but we cannot build a just system, just society on leftovers. We cannot normalise emergency charity as permanent public policy, and we cannot allow food banks to become the fourth emergency service of the British state, because if we do, we are accepting managed poverty instead of ending it, and I reject that completely. Earlier this week, the Mayor of Greater Manchester spoke about the damage done by 40 years in neoliberal economics, and he was spot on, because everywhere the Commissioners travelled, there was a sense deep in communities that people have been abandoned. In Northumberland, one woman said something I will never ever forget. She said, "Don't you dare call us disadvantaged, call us asset stripped." And my God, Madam Deputy Speaker, she was right. That is exactly what has happened to working class Britain. Asset stripped, hope stripped, industry stripped, security stripped, and then those very communities are blamed and demonised for the consequences of political choices. But despite everything, despite all the hardship, those communities still fight for one another. That was the beautiful thing we witnessed everywhere we went. Solidarity is still alive in this country. Working class people still feeding each other, looking after each other, organising together. Show more humanity in church halls and community centres than many have ever experienced from government. And that is the spirit, and that is what the Right to Food campaign is built upon, because people do not want charity forever. They want dignity, they want security, they want to know they can feed their families without fear. Madam Deputy Speaker, hunger is a political choice. And if hunger is a political choice, then ending hunger must become a political priority. That means universal free school meals, it means wages people can actually live on, it means secure work, stronger trade unions, it means proper enforcement of a legal right to food, and it means investment in community kitchens and local food programmes. And it means finally rebuilding a welfare state that protects people instead of punishing them. And yes, price caps on essential items. These are not extreme demands. They're the bare minimum standards of a civilised society. Because in 21st century Britain, nobody should be going hungry. In the community we have visited, everybody agreed food is our most basic human right, and good food should be a fundamental human right for all. And right to food will place this at the very heart of government decision making. And history will ask all of us in this house a very simple question. When millions of children were going hungry, what did you do about it? I know what side I'm on.
My constituency neighbour, Mike Martin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you don't normally introduce me like that, so thank you very much. And it's an honour to share a border with you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to follow the honourable member from Liverpool West Derby for clearly a heartfelt and powerful speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, wars are raging in Europe and in the Middle East, and extreme tensions exist in the Far East. And moreover, these regional conflicts are starting to knit together. Russia and China supported Iran in the Middle East. North Korea supported Ukraine in Europe. And this knitting together of regional conflicts is what we saw in the 1930s in the foothills of the Second World War. And so there is an argument to be made that we are in the foothills now of another global war. It's undoubtedly true that the threats that we face are increasing, yet at the same time, day by day, UK military capability is actually decreasing. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must rapidly rearm to narrow this gap. It is the only way that we can deter conflict. Yet despite this, the King's speech contains no programme for rearmament. The government speaks the language of urgency, yet refuses even to introduce the necessary policy and legislation. As has already been mentioned from all sides of the House, we've been waiting for the Defence Investment Plan since last autumn, and we were promised a Defence Readiness Bill in this King's speech. Where is it? Madam Deputy Speaker, as an island nation, our Navy is of the utmost importance, but it is also on its knees. While HMS Dragon took a week to deploy to the Mediterranean, the French sent an entire carrier group, an aircraft carrier, 8 frigates and submarine. How did they do that? Well, on paper, France and the United Kingdom have comparable fleets. But in practice, France achieves around 80% availability for its escort vessels, while we only achieve 50%. So through better maintenance, France achieves a better outcome. Capability on paper is worthless if it can't deploy. And it gets worse. We started this year with 7 frigates. HMS Richmond will be decommissioned this year, and HMS Iron Duke was withdrawn from service this month. This leaves us with 5 frigates. Furthermore, 3 build slots in Glasgow intended for new frigates have been ceded to Norway because of the lack of guaranteed investment due to delays in the Defence Investment Plan. This is a real-world example of government inertia affecting our defence. Putin exploits weakness and he shies away from strength. It pains me to say it, but our Navy does not project strength. And Putin will continue to mount increasingly flagrant violations of our territorial waters until our Navy is strong enough to make him feel twice. Will it take the severing of a data cable to cause us to act? Madam Deputy Speaker, dry mouth is real. From the sea to the land, Madam Deputy Speaker, the MOD was unable to confirm to the Defence Select Committee whether it was able to deploy a battle group, so 1,000 soldiers to the continent of Europe. And this comes back to my point about projecting strength. Putin knows that if he were to test Article 5, the 900 British soldiers in Estonia would be in extreme risk. We have no ability to deploy reinforcements. The King's speech doesn't do anything to change that. There is a gaping hole in our deterrence. Every day that it goes unaddressed, the risks to our forces who are already deployed and to our nation at home grow. Our artillery systems have halved in number since 1997. Our precision deep fire capability has been cut by 1/3. We have just 14 155 artillery systems, although I know the government has just recently announced a new order. Poland donated 100 systems to Ukraine and rebuilt their own inventory at the same time. They donated and replaced. We just donated, which is why we have 14 artillery systems left. And meanwhile, warfare has changed and the UK has not adapted. During a recent NATO training exercise, a British brigade was effectively wiped out by 4 Ukrainian drone operators. This is not an indictment of our soldiers, but a reflection of modern warfare. We cannot allow that situation to become a reality. The picture I've painted is one of systematic underfunding across all domains. And unless we rapidly rearm, we are going to be unable to deter. And if we want to deter, if we want to lead in the security of the Euro-Atlantic area, we probably need an army of about 100,000 with reserves of 50, a fleet of 50 ships and about 250 combat aircraft, with crewed systems surrounded by autonomous systems and one-way effectors. That is the sort of capability that we're talking about if we want to lead and deter in the Euro-Atlantic. I will give way.
For giving way. Following his remarks with a great deal of interest, and he mentioned the reserves. Well, I am a reservist, and would you give the government credit where it's due? And that is in carrying over the Armed Forces Bill, advancing the age of retirement for reserves to the age of 65, and agree with me that we can probably go further in looking at people who are skilled in particular areas, especially the reserves, who may be able to help us address the challenges of the future rather than the past.
Using the term you. Mike Martin.
Him for his intervention. I served on the Bill Committee for the Armed Forces Bill, and absolutely, as well as increasing the scope of who can be called up, it also creates a consolidation of different types of reserves and allows zigzag pathways for specialists who can come in and out of the reserve. So this is absolutely a step in the right direction. So the one thing that is missing at the moment that might perhaps create some of this political space for an increase in defence spending, and I should have said I was slightly waylaid by my friend there who intervened, but to lead and deter in the Euro-Atlantic area, we're talking about a 50% increase in defence expenditure. Not 1 or 2 billion here, we're talking about a 50% increase in defence expenditure. That is the scale. I won't if that's okay, because we're short on time. That is the sort of scale that we're talking about. And perhaps to create the political space to make some of those trade-offs, because that is a huge amount of money. That's £30 billion extra every single year. We need to have this national conversation on defence that was announced in the Strategic Defence Review, but has been notable by its absence. So that's why, together with the Honourable Member for Macclesfield and for Spelthorne and for Field Marshal Richards, in the other place we have formed the APPG on rearmament. And we hope to raise public awareness, not just of the threats, because I think the public understand the threats that we face, but of the lack of and diminishing capability in the UK military. I recently went to a school in my constituency and I was talking with sixth formers, and I've asked this question in several schools since. They all assume we have a fleet of about 50 or 100 ships. When I tell them that we have, 14 frigates and destroyers, surface combatants, they are shocked. The general public does not know the state of the British military, and it is entirely uncommensurate with the threat that we face. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, because time is very short, our military is a paper tiger. Sooner or later, we're going to be found out. And when we're found out and the battle group in Estonia is overrun or an aircraft carrier is sunk, Suez will pale in insignificance. This King's speech falls far short of what required.
Order, order. Fair Alba.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My belief in the importance of national defence is rooted in the single simple idea that the United Kingdom is a nation inherently worth defending. Not because of tradition or nostalgia, but because of the values of decency, respect, hard work and community, which continue to define our society and which can never be taken for granted. Sadly, these values are not universally held, and when we look beyond our borders, we see a world that is increasingly dangerous, worryingly unpredictable, and more divided than I can remember. That is why I welcome this government's steadfast commitment to improving Britain's defence readiness, both through its pledge to increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, and through the various measures outlined in the Strategic Defence Review. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the scale of the challenges we face today is unprecedented, and our job is to meet them. Our approach to boosting Britain's defence readiness, however, cannot be focused on spending alone. Instead, we need to think about how we strengthen the industries that support our military capability, whether that's by streamlining procurement or empowering defence-focused SMEs to better respond to global conflicts. Apologies, I will not give way because I'm conscious that I want colleagues to sort of come in.
Very good.
All too often we hear from SMEs in the defence sector that access to funding is limited, slow-moving and difficult to secure. And all too often we see innovative British companies sell up or even relocate overseas. Take Ballistic Dynamics, for example, an SME that is passionate about boosting the UK's defence capability, but whose founders report facing structural barriers such as a lack of consistent funding opportunities and frustratingly opaque tender processes. In these troubling times, when our adversaries are increasingly bold in their challenges to our stability, homegrown industries will be a key component of what we are calling our pre-war phase, or in some cases, our grey zone. That pre-war phase must include the full utilisation of our highly trained and highly disciplined reserve forces, who are too often undervalued in defence planning. I'm glad to see this government's efforts to improve the recruitment process for reservists, and would encourage even greater investment in the facilities, institutions and training that supports them. I also appreciate the focus on the reserve forces more generally, but it has to be noted that the very limited reference to the active reserve forces within the SDR is causing concern among some sections of the armed forces community. The strategic reserves as a concept is seductive, but relies upon many optimistic assumptions, but to be realistically relied upon as part of any defence plan, whereas the active reserves exist now. Preparing the United Kingdom for the potential future conflict is a monumental task and will require collaboration throughout Parliament. I urge members across all benches of this House to work together to protect the security of the country, its citizens and our shared values. Thank you.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I say it's a real pleasure to follow the honourable and gallant gentleman from Southend, Eastern Rochford. He made some very important points there about being prepared and the importance of the reserve. And that actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I wanted to focus on this afternoon is what the actual threats are to this country as we stand here today, because I think that it, to a certain extent, gets overlooked at the threats we face on a day-to-day basis. I think a lot of people think a Russian invasion of this country would look like any sort of war, missiles, bombs coming down. I think there's a long, long way that goes forward before you get to that space. And in fact, I think we are, in many ways, already at war with Russia. Let's not forget that in 2017, Russia launched a chemical weapon attack on this country. And if it hadn't been for favourable weather conditions, it had the potential to kill thousands of people. And we must ask ourselves, in those circumstances, would that have triggered Article 5? Because conversations I've had in my role in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly at the North Atlantic Council is that the general thought is that would have triggered Article 5. Whether it was accidental or not, a chemical weapon attack of one of the most deadliest chemical weapons in the world was launched on this country. And these are often wrapped up in things called hybrid warfare. But let me just outline really what hybrid warfare is. I mean, yes, there are cyber attacks, which I'll come back to. Sabotage, which we see across Europe, arson, vandalism, terrorism, when we see these destructive acts which are taking place on railway networks throughout Europe, that almost certainly is coming from the Russians. And of course I've mentioned the chemical weapon attacks, and it's not the only example of the assassination attempts that take place on this very soil. And despite efforts of government, all governments, and all to be praised, of trying to crack down on malign finance, we know it takes place. But perhaps one of the things which people don't realise is taking place on a day-to-day basis is information manipulation, cognitive warfare. That the Russians are brilliant at this, and they are well embedded in this, as well are the Chinese. And it starts, and when we've all described people who go down the rabbit holes of social media, of the internet, but that's where it starts, that they're monitoring people's clicks. They're monitoring what it is you first of all look at. They're building a psychological profile of what you are, and then they're identifying your psychological vulnerabilities. They then feed that line. And why are they feeding that line? They're feeding that line because they're trying to get this country, amongst lots of other countries, to not really see the need for us to invest in defence. And therefore, and I'm sure most people in this chamber will have first-hand experience of people saying to them that the war in Ukraine is NATO's fault and it is Ukraine's fault. That they represented a threat to Russia and Russia had no choice. Let me remind the House and to the wider public The only threat that Russia felt was when the people of Ukraine said, we don't want a dictatorial president anymore in the Purple Revolution in February 2014, and they booted him out and said, we don't want to look to Moscow, we want to look to Europe because that's where they have the freedoms of choice that we want to have. That is where Russia saw that as a threat that they couldn't let happen and immediately invaded Crimea. And it is the shame to all of us that that wasn't taken at the warning at the time. And indeed, my right honourable friend, the member for New Forest East, who I'm once again very pleased that he spoke before me because he brings such wide experience to these issues, spoke very widely on that issue at the time. But he also makes the point that the money we were spending back in the 80s are huge figures. And that's the point we have to get to. This is what we have to tell the public. Recognise the threats we are under. Recognise that today, Marks and Spencers have announced a £131 million loss on their cyber attack. People can see things, but they can't see things. They could see the empty shelves of Marks and Spencers, so they went to Sainsbury's or Morrison's. They didn't see that a cyber attack had emptied their shelves. They don't see that we made a mistake in the NHS on an upgrade of software and knock it out for 24 hours a couple of years ago. These are the threats it represents. So when we look at and we say we are going to have to cut other budgets to pay for defence, that is probably the most unpopular thing you can say to a public. But the services that people want that money spent on will be gone. They will not work. And probably the biggest threat that will happen in the first 24 hours of any attack is knocking out the power grid, knocking out the power system. There is embedded cyber technology in a lot of areas, and we have to make sure that we can deal with these. Now, cyber warfare has to be a whole of society approach. Governments cannot do it all on their own. They need companies like like Jaguar Land Rover, like Co-op to be able to protect those areas. But the point I wanted to really get across today is it's costing an enormous amount of money. And the best way, and we know this, and the phrase is old and well used, but the best way to have a peace is to prepare for war. And you have to have the credible threats. And we have to spend huge amounts of money. Now, at the very slightest deviation from our policy, I don't like percentages of GDP. I think they're a nonsense. I think it was ridiculous when NATO went there. We talk about what we were spending in the 80s. I'm going to remind people that the 2% of GDP was something that came about in this century. When we look at the GDP figures of the past, it's because that is what it cost. So I urge the government, look carefully at what we're saying about reducing the welfare bill. Look what Lord Robertson said about the welfare bill. These threats are real. They are real today. We have to have the deterrence in place that just simply doesn't make it worthwhile, but it costs an enormous amount of money, and that cognitive warfare that is taking place on a daily basis is making the citizens of this country not recognise why we need to do that. It's a brave decision, but as we've made clear, we would support the government if they take that brave decision.
And on a 6-minute time limit, I call David Taylor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Wetherby and Shelbrooke, who I know is a vocal champion of tackling anti-Semitism, and that is a topic that I am turning to in these remarks. In Tower Hamlets last week, a young man was filmed saying most chilling anti-Semitic words. "The Jews, you're going to be beheaded one by one, you dirty Jews." Now, he has been identified and arrested, and I thank the Met Police for their action. And I pick that as just one example of the crisis we face on anti-Semitism. From the Golders Green terrorist attack to the Hatzola ambulance arson, these incidents continue to rise. And what is behind this anti-Semitism? What radicalises individuals to act in this way? And who is responsible for these attacks? Now, it should not need saying, but I will spell it out. Jewish people in the UK are not responsible for the actions of the Netanyahu government. And anti-Semitism did not start on the 7th of October. Israel had not yet begun its operations in Gaza in response to Hamas's attack when the deputy leader of the Green Party filmed a video saying that people should support the right of indigenous people to fight back. Anti-Semitism is often called the oldest hatred. Now, I welcome His Majesty the King's specific mention of anti-Semitism in the speech and the need to take urgent action to ensure all communities feel safe. I welcome the commitment that the Prime Minister himself has shown in tackling anti-Semitism, both in my own party but in government too, including the recent summit in Downing Street with the Jewish community. I further welcome the £25 million of additional funding to help protect Jewish communities, bringing the total to nearly £60 million. Now, I agree with the Board of Deputies who call for an end to the incitement at pro-Palestinian protests where anti-Semitic hate speech is frequently taking place, including the use of public order powers to restrict and ban marches where necessary. If we look at the last weekend as one example, speakers from one of the march organisers, Palestinian Forum in Britain, told the crowd Israel is a Zionist cancer. Meanwhile, across London at the other far-right march, a banner was proudly displayed that said, "End the Zionist occupation of Britain." Perhaps they could have saved the taxpayer the £4.5 million policing bill by combining their marches together. But let's be clear, there is another major driver of anti-Semitism in this country, and that is the Islamist regime in Iran. The group HIYI has claimed responsibility for the ambulance arson attack, amongst others. The US Department of Justice now believes that it was a front designed to carry out terrorist attacks at the behest of the IRGC and its proxies. Meanwhile, we have Iran's Press TV, as well as their Spanish mouthpiece Hespan TV. Their UK-based show, Palestine Declassified, has regularly platformed conspiracy theories and targeted Jewish schools in Britain and charities and individuals. And I repeat my call for financial sanctions to be placed on them, as the US, Australia, Canada and the EU have, as this would close a legal loophole that currently allows them to pay UK nationals and operate through intermediaries without restriction. Now, connected to them is Rad Media World, a company with links to Iran that the Sunday Telegraph just reported is using the skilled worker visa scheme completely legally. And I hope that the Foreign Office will revoke this immediately, as well as track an individual that came through on that scheme. Then there is the issue of charities that the Shaw Cost Review has linked to Iran. In the interest of time, I will not repeat what I've said before, but I do agree with the Honourable Member for Bristol North East in calling for the Charity Commission to have extra resource to go after these charities and close them down. Now, I have, along with other colleagues across this House, been campaigning for the Prescribing IRGC for some time. I'm therefore delighted to see the announcement in the King's speech of the Tackling State Threats Bill to give the Home Secretary new powers to clamp on foreign states and organisations posing a threat to our national security. And I hope that goes alongside further and faster action to tackle the Iranian threat to us in the UK, just as we have tried to do against Putin, against their vast property empire in London, against their spreading of hatred and disinformation on social media designed to sow discourse and division in the UK? And are we robustly analysing companies' house register to ensure that Bank Melli, I hope I pronounced this wrong, and its many subsidiaries are not dodging sanctions simply by changing their name at Company House? And should we also be talking more about the VAJA, Iran's intelligence agency, and its activities in the UK? Now, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also urge my government to ensure that as soon as this new law is passed, this new legislation is immediately acted on, by which I mean that our intelligence officers fully understand the powers available to them, not only by this new legislation, but by existing legislation that we've already passed. I had the pleasure this week of hosting Jonathan Hackett, a Marine veteran and an expert on counterintelligence and intelligence operations, who made the point that often, sometimes on the ground, some of our intelligence officers are not fully aware of the powers available to them. And it's crucial that they are both aware of the powers that they can take to take action and also have the resources and capabilities to do so. Thank you very much.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I represent the constituency of Cheltenham, which is the home of GCHQ, where thousands of people work every day to keep us safe. They work quietly, they never ask for our thanks, and in this House it is right that we acknowledge that whenever we can. I strongly agree with the points that have been made earlier about the urgency of investment in defence, and as a member of the APPG for rearmament, I would commend the comments made by my friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells. And I would echo the comments made by my friend, the member for Lewis, about the need to reintegrate with Europe as soon as we possibly can, if not on the economy, on defence reasons alone. Because almost 10 years ago, this country voted to leave the European Union. But it is now clear, a decade on, that whether you voted leave or whether you voted remain, you did not get what you voted for. Has Brexit made us wealthier? No. Has it made us healthier? No. Has it made it easier for businesses to grow, as we were told by the Conservatives? No. Has it lowered our taxes? No. Has it helped us protect our environment? No. And the faeces flowing into our rivers suggests it strongly has not helped our environment. Has it helped us run a more effective immigration and asylum system? No. The gangsters profiting from small boats are laughing all the way to the bank. On the subject of today's debate, has it made us more secure and has it boosted national resilience? No. And we are now reliant on an unstable United States run by an unpredictable leader who many people now think is mad, with a deputy who is intent on fomenting discontent on our streets. And who is responsible for the abject failure of Brexit? It is certainly not the people of this country. We all know in this House who is responsible for the failure of Brexit, and we all know that they are currently getting away with it. But while the rest of us are undeniably poorer as a result of Brexit, there are 5 million reasons why the Reform Party must keep claiming that it's been a huge success. We all know what those reasons are. They are deluded, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so are their pals in the Conservative Party. They must, en masse, take responsibility for the fact this country is now poorer and it is less secure as a result of their disastrous Brexit. Now on to the government. Our government today has a responsibility to be so much bolder in reversing the damage caused to this country. Every Labour backbencher and minister knows that rapid reintegration with Europe is the only way to increase prosperity, security and boost business too. Apparently the Mayor of Greater Manchester used to know it, but he's not sure for the next few weeks while he fights that awkward by-election. The good news, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the departed Health Secretary is now wildly pro-European again, which may or may not have something to do with the Manchester Mayor's current travails. Who knows? This moment of national challenge demanded a King's speech offering significant change to reintegrate with Europe for the sake of our economy and defence, but regrettably, the Prime Minister has offered us more of the same. Politics, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about ideas, and the ideas that inspire me and those of us on these benches are liberalism and internationalism. That will not change. The challenge facing our nation today can only be met by those ends. Now, at home, communities are crying out for real empowerment, yet this government's devolution agenda delivers only the illusion of local control. To achieve growth, including in our defence sector, Whitehall's grip must be loosened to devolve real power and funding, not just to distant regional centres away from our communities, but to towns and cities. Towns like my constituency, Cheltenham, which stands ready to help, supporting the work of GCHQ and building on it at the Golden Valley Cyber Park, which is supported by this government, and I welcome that and I commend the government's decision to do so. The King's speech also ignores the new reality in British politics. The two-party system of the red team and the blue team shouting at each other is now over. That undermines our ability to have a thriving economy. It undermines our ability to make long-term plans to invest in the long-term defence and security of our country. It is a pity that Andy Burnham has changed his mind on PR. That makes at least 2 U-turns before he's even rejoined this House. But let's hope he does a full 360 when he gets back here. Now, this government now faces a stark choice. Embrace proportional representation or usher in a future reform government propped up by the Conservatives to give us more of the same that they gave us before, the failure of Brexit, the lack of security, the failing economy. Sadly, this King's speech won't do what's needed to fix our relationship with Europe, to make us safer or to empower communities, and it will not change politics for the better. It is a crying shame that with this massive majority, the government has a massive lack of ambition.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. National security should be the primary duty of every government, and so I have been pleased to be present in this House whilst listening to the contributions made on defence readiness as part of the King's speech. The King's Speech highlighted this government's plan to create a stronger, safer and fairer Britain, where the world today is more dangerous than it has been for a long time, where too many people are struggling with the cost of living and young people are finding employment prospects particularly difficult. Last week I had the privilege of presenting the award for Overall Apprentice of the Year at the Juniper Training Awards in my constituency of Wolverhampton West. What struck me at this event was not simply the talent in the room, but the determination, resilience and ambition shown by these young people. They are proof of the potential that lies within our young people, and we have a duty to invest in their futures. Juniper Training is an example of an organisation which provides credible alternative to traditional school or college pathways for young people who would otherwise be at risk of not being in employment, education or training. Their programmes offer not only qualifications for young people, but confidence, resilience and a sense of purpose, providing a route into secure employment. Our young people deserve our full support, which is why I am pleased to welcome the government's new deal for young people as part of our wider youth guarantee. I'm especially proud that my constituency sits within the new West Midlands Trailblazer area, where young people are already beginning to benefit from these initiatives. Through funding provided by the Get Britain Working programme, more than 800 young people across the West Midlands have already taken their first steps onto the career ladder, with a further 1,200 expected to benefit from the £10 million committed so far by the end of 2027. In Wolverhampton itself, our Youth Guarantee Trailblazer proposal is focused on structured work experience and transition support, intervening early to provide that crucial support. The Wolves at Work Open Door programme supports the Youth Trailblazer initiative and has placed more than 135 residents into work experience, and more than 50 of these individuals have already gone on to secure paid employment. Madam Deputy Speaker, behind these figures lie a young person whose life has been changed, someone who has gained confidence, stability and hope for the future. This is an achievement that my city of Wolverhampton can be proud of. More broadly, I am proud of the work that this government is undertaking nationally to support young people into work. The expanded jobs guarantee, now set to support an additional 35,000 young people, will provide vital opportunities to those on universal credit, whilst helping people to get back into employment and thereby reducing the long-term welfare dependency. Moreover, this government is expanding youth hubs across the country to ensure that young people looking for work can access that advice and support they need to find employment. And through a £725 million investment in apprenticeships, we are backing our small and medium-sized businesses by covering their full apprenticeship costs for eligible young people. In doing so, we are also supporting our businesses to create the wealth that this country so desperately needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government is providing security and control to working people, and I am proud to support that mission.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What? Oh, thank you. I usually get cheering at the end rather than the beginning, but I appreciate it. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank you for calling me a lovely surprise. Can I pay tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman for Ilford North, who's not in his place right now, but I have notified him that I will be possibly condemning his leadership bid. But I want to say, I think it was in 21 years in this House, I think it's one of the best speeches I've heard. We need to hear more from all sides of the House about uniting this nation. Whether the speech unites the Labour Party, I'll leave that for the Labour backbenchers. But certainly at a time of nationalist talk and extreme talk on the left and the right of British politics, we need more people in all parties to stand up for the common good, for common purpose, and for those things that unite us as a country rather than those who seek to divide us. I agree with him. It is the British values that whether you're from the left or right, whether you're gay or straight, whether you're Muslim or Christian, whether you're enlightened, educated, or as some on certain benches suggest, because you have British values, that you are not enlightened or educated. But it is those values that unite us, whatever our party. And we all have a responsibility to stand up and be heard on these issues. May I also pay tribute, and he's not again in his place, but I have emailed his office, to pay tribute to the former Health Minister, the member for Ilford North, the Honourable Member for Glasgow South West, who has answered more questions, more quickly, more substantively than any other minister, again, in the period I've spent in this House, apart from one other, who went on to be Prime Minister, and that is the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and wherever it is now. So, not Richmond, Yorkshire, just to be clear. In Richmond, Surrey, or London, it's 54 Lib Dem councillors that. We know that is not the case. In Richmond, Yorkshire, hopefully never. But I think my speech has already gone out of the window. But I know it comes as great relief. But I want to pay tribute to all of our armed forces on this, what is today a Defence Day for the King's Speech. All of those at RAF Cosford in my constituency, the largest, second largest RAF base in the world. All of those at the Royal Irish Regiment in Clive Barracks at Turnhill, and all of those within MOD Donington. All of them contributing to our national security. But as I mentioned earlier, yes, it's about defence procurement, yes, it's about kit and equipment, but without defence people, without personnel, we have the Minister responsible for personnel here today, the national defence falls apart. And the Minister wasn't here earlier, but his colleague, the Minister of State for Defence Procurement, has volunteered a meeting with myself and the Minister about the very important issue of the children of our armed forces personnel, and in particular those with SEND needs. There are quite a few cases I've come across where we've had armed forces personnel relocated, redeployed, let's say from the United States, back into the UK, or redeployed out of, let's say, Scotland into England, and yet there's been no SEND support or even SEND information when their families are redeployed with their parents. So I hope the Minister for Defence Personnel will meet with me, will look at this issue, because we have to look after, not only, I will in a moment, we have to look after our defence personnel, but also their families. Happy to give way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the Honourable Member giving way. Does the Honourable Member agree with me that there should be a national SEND programme for armed forces children to support them in their changing schools so often throughout the United Kingdom?
I think she's absolutely right. There is, if you like, a patchwork of quality, and it's very, very different depending on the local education authority. So I think there is an argument, at least to look at it, between Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland and England. Look at whether there should be, if you'll forgive me, uniformity when looking at the particular needs of children with SEND within the armed forces. May I go a little bit more parochial now and say that I welcome the investment of Ryan Mattel, RBSL, into my constituency. We are currently, as the Minister will know, building the Challenger 3 tank, and I'm grateful that the government listened to my representations and those of many others within the Wrekin and in Shropshire and the Borough of Telford and Wrekin to ensure that the gun barrel factory, which is a real strategic asset, was put into Shropshire. Secondly, can I also recognise all of those working so well on the Boxer vehicle programme, an absolutely vital, again, asset for this country, and pay tribute to all those defence engineers, men and women, and also those apprentices that are doing such a great job in keeping us all safe. I will now, if I may, pivot back to a more strategic comment, and that is some weeks ago, colleagues may or may not remember when I completely fluffed my PMQ, and thankfully I had my notes on the side. I was raising the issue of a strategic missile threat to this nation. And of course, we do have a counter to cruise missiles. We do have a counter to many other types of missiles. But this country has a strategic shortfall when it comes to ballistic missile defence. Now, of course, the Minister might say, well, we have certain capabilities on certain ships, and I know what they are, but unless the ships are in the right place at the right time, should a ballistic missile come to this country, then we are, quite frankly, as I've said previously to the Defence Secretary, a sitting duck. That is not acceptable. It is the first duty of any government to keep this country safe. So how can this country be kept safe when we have direct threats from Russia with ballistic missiles, a proven technology, as we've seen, sadly, in Ukraine, and yet we have no plan, despite the Strategic Defence Review, no real plan to implement the need that we have. So I end on saying, I want to say thank you to all of our armed forces who keep us safe, keep our interests safe all around the world.
Mark Sewards.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for the Wrekin, and I also want to commend the comments from my honourable friend, the member from Hemel Hempstead, for his speech earlier. I'm going to be touching on some of the same themes. I'm only going to refer today, really, to the Tackling State Threats Bill. This new legislation does honour Labour's manifesto commitment to follow the Jonathan Hall Review and introduce new powers that allow us to prescribe state threats, specifically the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. This is something that many of us across the House have been advocating for a long time, and I, for one, am grateful to the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, the Security Minister, for enduring my questions on this, both in this place and in private. It could not be more timely. We know that the IRGC directs Tehran's terror networks abroad and brutally crushes dissent at home. It oversaw the sickening repression following January's protest movement in Iran, which saw 30,000 people murdered. And that repression continues to this day while the conflict goes on, with torture, sham trials, executions, all being used to try and beat the Iranian people into submission. And we're only getting so much information out because of the internet blackouts. The IRGC, we know, is responsible for funding and arming terrorist proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah and others across the region that seek to hurt our allies and destroy the world's only Jewish state. And we know that the new head of the IRGC is an internationally wanted terrorist implicated in the 1994 attack against the AMIA Jewish Community Centre in Buenos Aires that killed 85 people, and for his part, also the Interior Minister in 2022, when Iran cracked down brutally on the Women, Life and Freedom protest. But of course, all of this is about Iran and foreign countries. Today is about defence readiness in this country, and unfortunately, the IRGC seeks to wreak havoc on our shores. In November, the Director General of MI5 linked the IRGC to no fewer than 20 potentially lethal threats here at home in the UK in the last year alone. The threat has only grown. The chief rabbi has said that British Jews and Iranian dissidents here are facing a sustained campaign of violence and intimidation. And we've all seen this. We saw the ambulances belonging to Hatzola, a Jewish charity serving the whole community, were targeted. We saw the Finchley Reform and Kenton United Synagogue attacked. We saw Jewish charities, the Israeli embassy, the Iranian media, all targeted. And most horrifyingly of all, we saw 2 Jews stabbed on the streets of London simply because they were Jewish. Now, all of this, the police and security experts suspect, and there are ongoing investigations, is the work of paid proxies and criminal gangs on behalf of Iranian-backed terror groups directed by the IRGC. Now, obviously, since coming to office, this government has continued to ramp up sanctions against the regime and individuals, travel bans, asset freezes, disqualifications from directorships, all very welcome, all very useful in the fight against this. However, these sanctions cannot and have not curtailed the IRGC's nefarious actions in the UK. That is why we need this prescription-like tool now being legislated for by the government, and we need it now. We don't know the full detail of what's being proposed, which is why I'm here to say that the government must ensure that IRGC members cannot be active in any respect in the UK, including attending or speaking at meetings. This new power must make it a criminal offence for anyone in the UK to associate with the IRGC, profess support for it, sharing materials from it, or attend any meetings with their representatives. And this new power must require all IRGC online material, be it propaganda or otherwise, be removed from the internet. Now, I also call on the government and the Prime Minister to keep his promise from just a few weeks ago, stating that this legislation will be prioritised and it will be accelerated through this parliamentary session. We need to see this legislation as soon as possible. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also just take this moment to urge the government to build further on this legislation and take further action to protect our national security and the Jewish community. First, the Iranian embassy has been using the social media to incite violence on our shores. Both the ambassador and the Supreme Leader's representative in the UK should be expelled. Second, the regime is using soft influence networks across the UK to advance its objectives under the cover of cultural, academic, charitable and media activity. These must be identified and dismantled. And thirdly, the government's Protecting What Matters strategy, which was extremely welcome when it was announced, needs to be implemented in full and implemented quickly. Now, I'd finish by saying this, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Iranian regime is one of the world's worst abusers of human rights. It menaces our allies in the region with its support for terrorist proxies. It threatens the safety and security of the British people, including our Jewish community here at home. I do commend the government for the seriousness with which it treats this danger, underlined by this new legislation. Now we have to get on past these new laws and prescribe the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. It is time to prescribe the IRGC. Thank you.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow the honourable member from Leeds South and Westmorley, who clearly understands this topic, speaks passionately, and that was a great speech to follow on from. But I want to turn the House's attention to the following countries: Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Norway, the US, Denmark, Greece, Finland, Sweden and the Netherlands. And I asked this House, what do all these countries have in common? Well, last year, they all funded higher than the UK as a percent of defence of GDP. But to put this into perspective, in 2021, there were only 2 NATO countries that funded more on defence than we did. So there's been a significant change. And what I want to do is ask myself, what do these countries know that we don't know? I've been fortunate to be a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and I've spoken with every one of these countries, representatives from ministers to other parliamentarians, and they realise that the world is changing. We are facing probably the most volatile geopolitical situation for over 80 years. And I do not believe, as I've said continuously, the world is going to go back to how it was and how we've seen it in our lifetime. They understand the world is rearming. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, looking at these threats that they're facing. They're trying to break down democracy, destabilise the world, and we've just heard a great speech before me about how that's impacting the streets here in the UK. So when we're seeing that, what do they see of the UK? And I'll back this comment up. They believe, many countries believe, we are leaving the room. We are not standing up anywhere near on the international stage as what we did. And one of my proudest moments on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly was in 2022 in the Latvian Parliament, cross-party, and I stood there when the Defence Minister said to the UK and the US, hold your head up high. You have led the world in this, and we need to follow. You have funded and you've led. And that was a real proud moment. In the last month, and I fed this direct into the Secretary of State, I won't say the country, but a NATO Defence Minister in the same forum sat there when I asked the question. He said, with all due respects, the UK are not leading, they are not even in the room, and they are not funding where they were. It's cross-party. I couldn't disagree with him. And that was one of the saddest days on NATO Parliamentary Assembly of where we sat with that. We need this investment within defence. We need to clearly chart a course where we can ensure that we are funding where we need to be. And I'm doing this out of respect for
the defence ministers. I believe there's a credible set of defence ministers, but the argument is not currently being won at the moment. And where we've dropped in those rankings, the NATO average is round about 2.76% for defence spending, and we're arguing round about 2.4%, give or take. And actually the argument that it's the largest sustained defence funding since the end of the Cold War is actually a bit of a mockery, that sentence, because we're comparing a peacetime situation to the most unstable geopolitical situation of our time. They're not comparable. And if you want to look at the actual facts, in 2019 to 2020, it went up 0.2%, which is similar now. I called that out then. We were united in the Defence Select Committee where we said that we needed to fund, in the last Parliament, 6-7 years ago, 6.5 years ago when I got in, of 3%. That was the cross-party position then. We need to get to that position now. We need our ships funded. We need more troops. We need drone warfare, as we've seen what's happening in Iran. We must expand our technological approach to defence. Defence and how that is shaped is changing. And we need to look at this on a really serious level to be able to stand on the world stage. And our military strength has always been the bedrock of our global soft power. It has given us authority and a platform to stand up for British values. But on the world stage at the moment, that is waning. It is shaking at the moment of what we're looking at with that. And I think as we look at this, as we chart this course, we have to have a serious response to this now, today. And I'm not interested in what's happened in 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. Because as we've heard from honourable members on all sides, defence funding was significantly higher many years ago, and it's very hard to put that across to the public. That conversation is getting easier to be had. When they see the impact from fuel prices, what's happening over in the Middle East, will I be able to fly away and go on holiday in the summer? All these type of equations are coming to the forefront, and people are asking. And when I speak at different dinners or events, every so often someone would talk about defence. Now it's almost every single question. Can we defend ourselves and can we rearm? And I'm pleading with the ministers to win the argument, because I know every single one of them would want more funding for defence. And I'm pleading to win this argument, to do whatever it takes to see that we can rearm and we can have the armed forces that we need, and we can stand on the world stage with our head held high. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow the Honourable Member for South Shropshire in what I think has been a very constructive debate with a lot of cross-party consensus. Can I begin by welcoming the speeches and contributions from Minister earlier on regarding the measures included in the King's speech, such as the Armed Forces Bill and the commitment towards supporting drone testing, something again I think we see across the House is very much required. There are 3 points I would like to make during this speech around defence priorities, around about the threats that we face and some of the need for long-term thinking. First of all, looking at some of the threats that we face, and we heard this earlier on by the Honourable Member for Wetherby and Easingwold, who is no longer in his place, regarding the British people need to understand the threats that this country does face and what warfare looks like in a modern context. And I am one of the ones who believe we already are in a conflict with Russia and should take action along those lines. And indeed, I believe in the High North, we actually are not only that, we are a frontline nation in that conflict with Russia. And we've only seen just this week of the threat we faced from reports of Russian submarines in the North Atlantic and attacks on energy infrastructure, and indeed the threat we face on subsea cables. This is something I see and hear all the time as chair of the all-party parliamentary group on Estonia, where I was privileged to visit earlier on this year to see some of the work that they are doing to prepare not only their military, but their society as well. There was an article I would highly recommend anyone to read this week in Foreign Policy by Franz Stefan Gadi regarding the threats and indeed the weaknesses that NATO faces, not only on the military front, but on political decision-making. And in that article, Mr. Eadie describes how he, while playing a war game, defeated NATO, and it was not actually about military strength, it was about the need for quick decision-making. And in that, he describes the UK forces in Estonia as well as other NATO forces in Lithuania. So, in summary, can I ask the Minister to provide some reassurance around Cabrit and the fantastic British forces that we have in Estonia, the speed of their response and the operational decision-making is in place to make sure we are not delayed by political stasis in the event of Russian aggression coming forward through hybrid warfare? Because we know that Russia's experience in Ukraine already points that once they control the battlefield, they make it very hard for a NATO or any other counter-attack. I'm happy to give way to the honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he speaks passionately about Estonia. Britain has got troops deployed in Estonia, providing a tripwire, as he well knows, having no doubt spent some time with him recently. Will he join me in encouraging the government to make every effort to arm and equip those troops with the necessary capabilities merely to survive? And does he agree with me that at the moment they provide not much deterrence force at all until we give them the technologies we know have been standard in modern warfare for multiple years now?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his intervention? I totally agree with him. If we're to have an effective deterrent in the Baltics, it must make sure it is an effective deterrent and not just something which looks good on paper, but must be operationally ready to fight exactly that threat that he points out. I would like to also move on to the role of information and where we are in informing the British public of the threat. And this is a point I've made many times before, that I believe we must trust the British people with more information about the threat they face, whether that is from cybersecurity, the threat to subsea cables and energy infrastructure, because unless the British people fully understand the threat that they face, they will not be providing the necessary pressure and indeed licence for government to act more quickly and to act in the way that we all know in this House that we must act to defend ourselves from the current threats. I'm very much of the belief that information breeds teamwork and togetherness, and a lack of it and a void creates speculation and misinformation from our enemies and indeed from some in this House. And we must make sure that the British people are the ones keeping us on our toes and making sure that we are defending them in the way that we should. And I would point to recent cyber attacks on Jaguar Land Rover, as was mentioned by a colleague, are no longer in place in retail. These are all threats that the UK is facing, and we must be much more upfront, straightforward and trusting of the British people with the information. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to move on to talk about some of the priorities for long-term defence of the United Kingdom, and that does, I'm afraid, require uttering the initials D, I and P. I do not want to revisit some of the arguments we've already had so far, but I would like to urge ministers that when looking at the Defence Investment Plan, we are looking at the long-term planning as well, and that when that document is published, we do not focus just on some of the things that are maybe more immediate. In my own constituency, and again this was mentioned earlier on by the member for South West Wiltshire, we are looking at some of the work that needs to be done around our submarine fleet. First, around contingent docking facilities at Rosyth, which will ensure that a lack of infrastructure does not delay or curtail the operation of Dreadnought-class submarines in the future. And I know Defence ministers are well aware of the threat that poses, that when we get to that position, the Dreadnought must be able to enter service immediately, fully and quickly to take the pressure off the Vanguard service that has already been referred to earlier on today. And the second I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. And might you allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to put on record my support and recognition of the bold and principled speech by the Right Honourable Member for Ilford North earlier today. Can I thank my honourable friend for his support for this agenda? And does he share my deep disappointment about the news that British manufacturing scale-up Eralis has gone into administration? Eralis were about to create or potentially create the UK's replacement to our Red Arrow's Hawk jet. And with their loss, we may in fact see our beloved Red Arrows no longer being British.
Can I thank my honourable friend for that contribution? I know how closely he worked with the company to make sure that they were being considered as well. And indeed, having visited RAF Valley earlier on this year, seeing the need to replace the Hawk as a trainer aircraft is one that's pressing and one I think must be met very quickly. Just very finally, Madam Deputy, I'm aware I have taken more interventions than perhaps others, so my apologies. The other thing I would like to urge ministers to consider in the DIP and more generally is the submarine recycling project, which I know is one that the Minister for Defence Procurement is very well aware of, making sure that we have the space as submarines continue through, that we have the space to make sure they're being managed and recycled effectively and safely. And indeed, at Rosyth, we have the HMS Swiftsure pilot project coming to an end, which has seen the dismantling of one submarine, and that steel in fact being recycled and used in the Dreadnought programme. An incredible way of making sure that we are actually reusing materials where possible, holding down cost, and as well as securing hundreds of jobs in my constituency as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the kinds of projects we must be focusing on for defence. We must be making sure we are aware of the threats that we're facing, informing the British people of the threats we are facing, and planning for the long term so this country remains safe. I will give, very quickly, I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Right, thank you for your contribution there. Very powerful. Some of the work that we do on the Defence Select Committee actually involves an awful lot of private briefings that maybe members within the chamber, the members of the public, don't have the privilege of seeing. When I asked the CDS recently why we don't tell the public more, his words were, we don't want to alarm people. Now, would you agree that the public are grown up? We should maybe be let them know a bit more about this. They should probably be a little more alarmed than they already are, and they would come with us on this journey to say, yes, please spend more on defence.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her contribution? I couldn't agree with her more. I think we must bring the British people with us on this journey and trust them with that information. Only by moving together as a country can we defend ourselves against the threats that we face. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Less than 2 weeks ago, the SNP secured a landslide record-breaking Scottish election victory, including securing 2 constituency MSPs who have left this place for Scotland's Parliament. And I know that, regardless of political difference, there is a significant level of respect from across parties for their contributions in this chamber and to the wider work of Parliament. That experience will certainly stand them in good stead for what lies ahead in Holyrood. Madam Deputy Speaker, much more respect for Scottish voters is required from the UK Government. Where the Labour Government here in Westminster has floundered month after month, failing to address the cost of living crisis affecting all of my constituents, the SNP offered a message of hope for what Scotland can and should be with the vast natural resources, its strategically important geographical position in the world and the incredible talents of its people. It is particularly notable that in Scotland support for independence is now consistently polling above 50%, and that Scotland's voters have elected a significant majority of MSPs who support independence, more than ever before, and a clear mandate from the Scottish electorate to pursue an independence referendum. Madam Deputy Speaker, the theme for today's King's Speech debate is defence readiness. Many will focus on defence spend, defence procurement, national security threats and other direct defence issues, and I agree with many of the points that have been made by honourable members in this debate this afternoon, many of them extremely well made. But I would contend that for around 4,500 personnel across 3 significant bases in my constituency, probably the same number again in family members, around 1,000 permanent defence contractor jobs and their families, and an estimated 12,000 veterans and their families, a total of over 30,000 people with defence connection, there are many, many issues that contribute to defence readiness. Turning first to the cost of living crisis, like every other resident in Moray West, Neil and Strathspey, our defence community are also struggling to cover bills, having to cope with more month than there is money. Defence personnel posted to the north of Scotland from elsewhere in the UK will experience an amazing place to live and work, but they will also experience amongst the highest energy prices in Europe, caused by a regulatory system that's hugely discriminatory to the north of Scotland. Labour MPs promised that people would see a £300 reduction in energy bills, but they are projected to see a more than £400 a year increase. There is little to nothing in this King's Speech that both seeks to reverse that £700 plus difference from their manifesto promise, and that would also remove the discrimination faced by households and businesses in the north of Scotland. Discrimination that has gone on for decades with no action to address this by the Conservatives, Liberal Democrats and now Labour. Up until yesterday, there was no plan from this Westminster Government to address growing food costs, something the SNP is tackling head-on. Seemingly, the Chancellor is now looking to do similar, but critically not in a compulsory way. I very much welcome the Government's late acceptance of the SNP's wisdom in this matter, but I would strongly urge the Government that if they're going to do it properly. There is no plan to cut fuel costs, a promise today not to increase tax further, but no plan to reduce it. In constituencies like mine, where car use is a necessity to access basic services, to access education, leisure and to access employment opportunities, that's especially disappointing. People in the north of Scotland deserve better than to be punished by Westminster just for living where they live. Defence personnel, often hundreds of miles from their family, also deserve better than incurring the substantial costs that they have to pay to drive home. When it comes to energy and net zero, a sector that has always been a strong destination for retiring forces personnel and which is very suited to many skill sets of those coming from a military background. The current government is intent on repeating the mistakes of the past of accelerating the decline of one sector, in this case oil and gas, at a rate that does not match either demand changes or the growth of the renewable sector. It is simply Thatcherism all over again, which saw the tearing apart of coal and steel communities in Scotland. It is a betrayal of North Sea workers and the vast supply chain associated with those jobs, from skilled parts manufacturing jobs to the hospitality staff across the north of Scotland, taxi drivers, cafes and corner shops that are seeing their revenues eroded to an unsustainable level. It erodes the opportunities available to defence personnel as well. The Conservative Party in this are no better. Their answer is simply to push the cliff edge further away rather than embrace a managed transition, which is what the industry wants to see. Neither of those scenarios is acceptable to Scotland, and neither of those scenarios is acceptable to my constituents. This brings me back to the theme of today, defence readiness. It is not attractive to people to join a military when key bases are seeing jobs and opportunity eroded around them. That stifles transition opportunities for personnel leaving the services, and it erodes the vitality of the communities that these bases are an integral part of. Yes, defence spending needs to be significantly increased. Yes, we need to have a better offer for new military personnel, and absolutely yes, we need to have a much stronger defence resilience in a more challenging world with dictators like Putin, who are prepared to risk peace on a shocking scale and threaten the infrastructure that is critical to our economic and social well-being. However, at the heart of this are defence communities that are embedded in wider communities, defence communities that have the same aspiration for the regions they live in and who want the same opportunities for themselves and the whole community that surrounds them. Madam Deputy Speaker, getting these fundamentals right supports that bigger community, aids recruitment and retention in our armed forces and provides the opportunities that our veterans deserve when they exit service.
Jill German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, things feel insecure right now, be it the war in Iran, the cost of living, pressure on families, or the sense that systems just aren't working quite right. In Clwyd North, I hear it all the time. When families are struggling and young people don't feel that they've got a fair chance, it erodes trust in the belief that things can actually start getting better and creates a feeling of insecurity. Building up this trust starts with clearly defining what we've put in place in our first 2 years of government and how our future actions will improve people's lives. I know from speaking to people in the community, in Rhyl, in Colwyn Bay, in Abergele, in Denbigh, across Clwyd North, that it is full of decent people trying to do the right thing day by day. I want to make sure that these people know that they are heard and that things can and will get better. We must be honest about the challenges, but also focus on what really matters to people, building something that works better. In Wales, this means a relentless focus on building a stronger and fairer future, helping families with the cost of living, strengthening our communities through better connections and opportunities, and improving both energy and, crucially, national security. It's about making sure progress is felt in everyday life, especially in communities that have been historically left behind. And it's about recognising how rich and varied Wales is, with our cities, countryside and coast. And that means a tailored approach that reflects these different needs. This government has already delivered significant achievements, passing 50 acts in its first parliamentary session. And behind every piece of legislation are real people and real lives. Among them is the Employment Rights Act, strengthening protections, improving pay and tackling exploitative practices for people across Clwyd North. The removal of the two-child limit is set to benefit around 69,000 children in Wales, including 3,100 in Clwyd North. That's not an abstract number. That's families in our town feeling more stability. And when it comes to safety, the Crime and Policing Act responds to local concerns about antisocial behaviour, introducing tougher action to improve our town centres. Madam Deputy Speaker, these changes matter because of the difference they make to everyday life. Fairer work, stronger families and safer communities here at home. The need to feel secure is important to us all. And in this King's Speech, we are taking crucial steps to strengthen security because people deserve to feel safe. The Armed Forces Bill delivers a long overdue boost to defence spending, strengthens reserve forces, improves the service justice system and puts the Armed Forces Covenant into law, something my local veterans have said is much needed. Security also means stronger communities and shared purpose, cutting bureaucracy, increasing police presence and introducing a national digital ID system that will help people feel safer and better supported. That feeling of security also means tackling the root causes of the high cost of living, not just the symptoms. The Energy Independence Bill will reduce reliance on volatile global markets and deliver more secure homegrown energy to stabilise and lower bills for households in Clwyd North. Changes to common hold and leasehold will tackle unfair ground rents and rising service charges that I've heard about too often in my constituency. And for local businesses, the Commercial Payments Act will crack down on the scourge of late payments, currently leading to the closure of a shocking 38 businesses a day. Taken together, these changes will ease pressure on families, support local economies and build long-term resilience against rising cost. Security means better connections too. The Railways Bill will unify track and train under one body and give the Welsh Government a stronger role. Backed by a £14 billion plan, it will improve connections, support 12,000 jobs and make journeys across North Wales more reliable. Madam Deputy Speaker, with an ambitious plan like this set, we need all hands on deck to set it into action. I promise to play my part in this, to make a tangible difference to lives across Clwyd North, delivering real improvements and lasting change for the communities I am proud to serve.
Dame Caroline Diney.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will have been have almost be bored of hearing me say, as will the Secretary of State, that I represent the Gosport constituency, which has one of the highest proportions of veterans in the UK. But we also have fantastic servicemen and women at sites like HMS Collingwood, HMS Sultan, the Institute of Naval Medicine, and across the harbour in Portsmouth Naval Base, as well as thousands more who work in the defence industry. So as you can tell, we have such a proud history of serving this nation, and yet so many of my constituents already feel so deeply disillusioned and let down by this government. Why? Because, quite simply, their failure to deliver. Inaction could quite simply be the strapline for this government. There is a total disparity between what is said and what is done, and defence is a complete example of that. The talk of defence spending, but the Secretary of State knows that every single corner of our armed forces right now, as we speak, is being asked to find cuts. And where is the defence investment plan? The clear signal that defence companies in my constituency need to make spending decisions to protect jobs and livelihoods. It's nowhere to be seen. This theme of over-promising and under-delivering extends across a whole range of other sectors as well. I want to talk a little bit about the culture, media and sports sector because I chair the Select Committee. It actually contributes 16 times more to the UK economy than defence manufacturing. Take Formula One, for example, a global British brand worth £12 million to the UK economy. Yet our world-class major events sector is being held back by gaps in the legislation. And what does the government do? It comes forward with a sporting events bill, brilliant, announced in the King's speech, but with such a limited scope that it does nothing to move forward the wider needs of the major events industry, which is so valuable to our British economy, particularly cultural and business events, which are hugely vital to our economy, our communities, and our international standing. All words, no action. Then there's the lack of ambition on ticket touts. The ticket tout ban bill was announced in November. The government promised a ready-to-go bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, that would put fans first. Instead, it's relegated its promise to a mere draft bill, kicking the can into the next parliamentary session at the very earliest. The longer it takes for government to act, the longer touts will be able to rinse fans in my constituency and all those across the country to the tune of an approximate £145 million, the majority of which goes to overseas operators. Madam Deputy Speaker, all words, no action. And then there's touring in the EU. Now, in the ongoing psychodrama gripping the Labour Party, I note the subject of Brexit is now back on the agenda and the hot topic, but there is so much the government can do for our creative industries to reopen that whole can of worms without having to start renegotiating Brexit. It could revisit its decision to cut orchestral tax relief for EU touring. It could ensure A1 forms are processed without delay, so artists don't have to pay double social security contributions. It could help with the cost of the ATA carnets, which the Association of British Orchestras said add about £10,000 to an orchestra's budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, all words, no action. And then meanwhile, let's look at school and community sport. The King's speech contained absolutely no new measures to improve physical activity. There's been no resolution of the standoff between the Department of Health and Social Care, the Department of Education and the Department of Culture, Media and Sport over cuts to PE funding. If we are serious about getting our country more active, we need action, not words. And that needs to begin with legislative changes to increase participation, to increase investment in the facilities and the communities relying on, and the requirement on schools to prioritise physical education alongside academic attainment. The case is clear. A more active nation is a healthier nation, a more productive nation, and ultimately a more prosperous one. Once again, all words, no action. There's nothing in the King's speech for young people. The DCMS Secretary of State has made her National Youth Strategy her stated legacy in the department, but as far as I can see, all the government have done is rip up the National Citizen Service, overseeing the exodus of youth workers from the third sector and replace them with nothing but a slogan. She says somewhere to go, something to do, and someone who cares. It's all words. There's no action. Does this government care at all? It must begin to back up words with deeds. The King's speech doesn't even begin to provide the ambition necessary to maximise the potential of our culture, our media, our sport, or our defence, backing our veterans, backing those that work so hard in constituencies like mine in the service of our nation. And meanwhile, the British economy, people's livelihoods and their jobs are suffering.
Yeah. Anna Gelderd.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, this King's speech makes clear that defence readiness is changing. It is still and will always be about the strength and professionalism of our armed forces personnel and their families. But it's also about energy security and digital capability, new challenges in a new era. The threats that we face are rapidly evolving. Hostile cyber activity, damage to critical infrastructure, global instability and climate pressures increasingly affecting our national security, our economy and our resilience as a country. Defence readiness today is digital as well as physical. I welcome the measures brought forward in this bill and the work of the Ministry of Defence team, Labour ministers, many with first-hand experience, who are actively listening and working to implement the changes our military communities have been calling for. Improved housing, better protections for women and girls, and enshrining the Armed Forces Covenant fully into law. This is a government of service and delivery, and in South East Cornwall, we understand that deeply. The Strategic Defence Review rightly talks about a whole-of-society approach to national resilience and warfighting readiness. That means recognising the defence capability depends not only on the military sites themselves, but on the civilian infrastructure, workers and communities that sustain them each and every day. My constituency has a proud and long-standing connection to our nation's defence. With over 6,000 households home to at least one veteran, that translates to nearly 15% of households in my constituency, over double the UK average. We're home to HMS Raleigh in Tor Point, one of the Royal Navy's key training establishments through which thousands of recruits pass each and every year. Across South East Cornwall, many local families are directly connected to defence through their military service, veteran communities, dockyard supply chains and skilled employment. And my community is also closely linked to the nationally significant work that's carried out at HM Naval Base Devonport and by Babcock International. In fact, 23% of Devonport workers live in South East Cornwall. The long-term investment going into Devonport is hugely welcome and important for Britain's future, particularly as we strengthen submarine support and deliver major national defence programmes. But that capability does not stop at the dockyard gates, and that is an important point that I want to stress today. The workforce sustaining nationally significant activity at Devonport comes not just from one side of the Tamar River alone, and we in South East Cornwall are firmly part of the wider defence ecosystem that supports Devonport every single day. Thousands of workers use the Tamar crossings regularly for employment, linked directly or indirectly to defence, including engineers, apprentices, contractors, dockyard workers and military personnel. We are a proud part of the wider Plymouth travelled work area, and our connectivity across the Tamar is essential to sustaining that defence workforce and unlocking regional growth. I have consistently raised the importance of these crossings in this House, and yet the crossings are still sometimes treated as purely local infrastructure. As investment into Devonport and long-term defence capability continues to grow, the pressure on those links will only grow too. So as the government rightly invests billions into strengthening Britain's defence capability and long-term readiness, and South East Cornwall helps sustain nationally important defence activity, our local community must feel the benefits of that investment too. We also recognise the reality that energy security is national security. Recent years have shown the risks of overexposure to volatile international energy markets. Secure homegrown, clean energy strengthens resilience, supports economic stability and reduces vulnerability to external shocks. Climate resilience rightly forms part of this government's understanding of what defence readiness means to communities like mine. Extreme weather and environmental instability increasingly affect infrastructure, supply chains and operational capability across the world. Preparing for those risks is part of preparing Britain for our future. And finally, defence readiness in the modern world must include cyber resilience and digital capabilities. Protecting critical infrastructure, communication systems and national networks is fundamental to protecting our country itself, because the future of defence will depend not only on ships, submarines and military assets, but also on secure systems, skilled workers, resilient infrastructure and strong communities like South East Cornwall. When we talk about strengthening Britain's defence capability, we recognise the places and the people helping sustain it every day, because defence readiness begins long before a ship leaves port. It begins with resilient infrastructure, secure energy, strong digital capabilities and communities like mine. So I welcome this new area of defence readiness. South East Cornwall is proud to play its part in supporting that national effort.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for South East Cornwall. The first duty of any government is to keep the public safe. This duty must shape everything that we do in this House, and it must shape how we think about defence. There's no doubt that Britain today faces profound defence challenges, as we've heard in this debate, from international instability to cyber threats and increasing pressure on our energy and supply chains. But if we're serious about defence, then we must also recognise that the types of threats that we face are changing. To debate security, we must also look at whether our most vulnerable people are protected from extreme heat, whether our communities can cope with flooding, and whether we can secure food, water and energy in an increasingly unstable world. Today, the Climate Change Committee published its report on climate adaptation, and its warnings could not be clearer. We are on a path to 2 degrees of warming by 2050. That means that in just a couple of decades or so, 9 in 10 of our homes will be at risk of overheating. Peak river flows may rise by 45%. Water supply shortfalls may exceed 5 billion litres per day. and 40-degree heat waves will become the new normal across the UK, potentially leading to an additional 10,000 heat-related deaths per year. The committee is also clear that without action, warming of up to 4 degrees by the end of this century remains a possibility. Now, 4 degrees of warming would be catastrophic. Temperatures in the UK nearing 50 degrees Celsius, infrastructure pushed beyond what it was ever designed to withstand, and profound consequences for public health, economic stability and social cohesion. These are not distant projections, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents and yours are already having to live with the consequences of climate breakdown. We see in the thousands of deaths caused by the increasingly regular heat waves. We see it in the communities repeatedly devastated by flooding. And we see it in rising food prices, rising insurance costs, and growing pressures on the services and systems that people rely on every day. None of this should come as a surprise. Earlier this year, the government's own Joint Intelligence Committee warned that biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse pose serious risks to national security, threatening food and water supplies, disruption to infrastructure and supply chains, increased flooding, risks to public health and wider economic instability. It also warned of the cascading effects of displacement, conflict and competition for resources. Yet despite the scale and seriousness of warnings by the government's own advisers, and despite repeated calls for parliamentary time, this House has still not been allowed a dedicated opportunity to debate its findings or scrutinise the government's response. Our children will have to live with the consequences of inaction. It would be a dereliction of duty to let political dramas around by-elections and leadership contests distract us from this most fundamental responsibility. The evidence is clear, and we're not without options. Today's report sets out practical, costed solutions, better cooling for hospitals, schools and care homes, so our most vulnerable are protected during extreme heat. Stronger flood defences and investment in natural flood management for our communities. A serious approach to water security so shortages do not become routine. Support for British farmers so British food production remains viable under changing conditions. Retrofitting homes so they're fit for a warmer climate. And infrastructure built to withstand climate impacts rather than fail under them. And the economics are equally clear. The cost of action is around 11 billion a year. The cost of inaction could rise to between 60 and 260 billion annually. So this must be a turning point. We can no longer treat climate adaptation as a secondary environmental issue. It is a matter of national defence. It's a matter of economic security. Above all, it's a matter of protecting people. But it needs to be far higher up the agenda for government and for Parliament. That's why I'm calling for a dedicated climate protection unit in number 10 with the sole purpose of working across departments to fund and drive forward the recommendations in this report. I'm also supporting the King's Speech Amendment G on the threats that nature collapse poses to national security. Because defence is not responding after disaster strikes. Defence is about reducing risks before crisis becomes catastrophe. If the first duty of government is to keep people safe, then climate adaptation cannot sit at the margins of the King's Speech. It must be placed firmly at its heart. Thank you.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've spoken in this chamber before about defence and the urgency of rearmament at some length, and together with the Honourable Member for Tunbridge Wells and the Field Marshal Lord Richards, I was proud to join them in creating the all-party parliamentary group on rearmament. But before I turn to what the government is doing around defence readiness, I think it's worth pausing, as we always should, on how we got here, because context always matters. A century ago, the member for Epping, one who understood well what it meant to watch a nation sleep while danger gathered, described a period of neglect and lost opportunity in defence as the years the locust hath eaten. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we can apply the same epitaph to the previous government and coalition government years of stewardship of defence. The locusts were busy. Armed forces pay cut in real terms in 9 out of 14 years. Housing forces housing in such a state of disrepair that complaints reached a record 13,000 in a single year. Troop numbers fell to the lowest level since the Napoleonic era. Frigates and destroyers cut by a quarter, mine hunters reduced by half, and ground-based air defence spending slashed by 70% in their final years in office, and a defence industrial strategy that sat on a shelf gathering dust. Commitment on paper, but nothing in practice. They certainly were the years the locusts hath eaten. And that is the inheritance the defence front bench had to contend with. And I've spoken before about the urgency of rearmament. As I say, I won't repeat myself, but what I will say is I'm incredibly proud of the government defence front bench. I believe it has brought coherence, great industry, and a genuine patriotic determination to sort out the mess it inherited, and it deserves to be recognised. I'm glad that the government is investing over £270 billion across defence this Parliament, not as an accountancy exercise, but as a genuine strategic commitment to rebuilding our national security from the ground up. And I understand, as we meet our commitments that we made at the Hague NATO conference to reach 3.5% in the future, there will be difficult discussions to be had, just as there were difficult discussions to be had about foreign aid. But there is no magic bullet when we're talking about increasing defence expenditure, and pretending that one thing will solve the issue is simply not realistic. In the two previous periods that this country had to rearm significantly, in the 1930s and the 1950s, it was a combination of increased taxation, increased borrowing, and difficult choices about public expenditure that did it. So, wishy-washy words about just cutting welfare will sort it all out, I am not convinced by. And crucially, something else that this government has understood, that the last one never grasped, is that defence spending isn't just a cost, it's an investment, it's an engine for growth. We spend £32 billion annually with industry, equivalent to £460 for every person living in this country. UK defence supports 463,000 high-quality, well-paying jobs, one in every 60 jobs across the UK. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to Honourable for giving way. Would he agree with me that where I come from, 96,000 jobs in the southwest are related to defence, so it's a huge sector for defence, but key in my town to those jobs are SMEs, small medium-sized enterprises, and despite the welcome changes with the Office for Promoting Small Business from the MOD, the portals are still unnavigable by many small businesses. Does he agree with me that the MOD should do more to make these contracts available for our small businesses and our SMEs?
I remember for his intervention. I was in Bristol recently at the NAD group, the renamed Defence Equipment and Support Group, and I was glad to hear they are doing more on SMEs, and maybe the front bench will comment more on that later. But it is right to recognise that SMEs are absolutely crucial, and in his area of the country are really, really important. And these are livelihoods, communities, and the kind of good, skilled, unionised jobs that that this side of the House has always stood for. I also want to acknowledge the other work the government has done. Last year, £1.5 billion committed to building the factories of the future, including the first energetics factories in 2 decades, creating over 1,000 jobs in our industrial heartlands. The £8 billion deal with Turkey, sustaining a 20,000-strong workforce across Scotland, Lancashire and Bristol, and the Type 26 frigate selected by Norway that was mentioned earlier in the debate, although I was disappointed to see Sweden choose France over the UK in its frigate decision today, but we'll just leave that to the traditional UK-French enmity. But there is a genuine defence dividend, measured not in press releases, but in real jobs, in real communities, the length and breadth of this country. And turning briefly to something I hope will receive the attention it deserves, the Strategic Defence Review made several important recommendations on strengthening home defence and resilience, and rightly so, in the context of a whole-of-society approach to national security, which several honourable friends have talked about today. The threats that we face are not confined to the battlefield. They reach into our infrastructure, our supply chains, our communities, and resilience must be built across the whole of society, not just within the wire fences of our military establishments. And with that in mind, I was reassured to hear the Minister at the beginning of the debate say that ministers are working hard and that we will in due course see a defence readiness bill, because the legal and institutional framework for defence readiness matters, and I think we all want to see that bill come forward. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am by temperament an impatient person when it comes to defence, as you'll be impatient for me to finish the speech. But the threats are not waiting for us. And I am a fair person, and it is only fair to say, certainly in my view, that the government is doing serious, sustained work for the renewal and rebuilding of our armed forces, restoring our industrial base, and making Britain once again a country capable of defending itself. And I certainly hope that the years the locusts have eaten are hopefully behind us.
Martin Wrigley.
Deputy Speaker, it's been a very interesting set of debates today and interesting speeches from many people. I too am fully behind the increased and rapid increase in funds for defence, and I wish to add my thanks to our serving personnel. But defence readiness actually requires a whole society response and sovereign capability. And across a wide range of issues in our technologies, defence, infrastructure, housing, regulation, the same pattern keeps appearing. Services and systems that are set up to serve the public gradually drift away from having purpose to simply extracting rents, and our time all wrapped up in a bureaucratic mess. The overriding demand for quarterly profits and denial of early intervention, instead rationing resources at the point of maximum need, have driven perverse outcomes in strategic change. We are renting our entire economy to ourselves, we are wasting it on our own bureaucracies, whilst too often the gains are captured elsewhere. We need to move back to something much more fundamental, an economy and a set of systems that we build, understand and control. This means having real capability on sovereign technology, on UK business and intellectual property, and a resilient defence and security. But this is not abstract. It is directly connected to whether this country is affordable, livable, and works for the people in it. Ultimately, this is about the social contract. My constituents need to know that the systems they rely on, public services, housing or business, using buses and trains, have purpose to the people, not just bottom lines to fill. That they are designed in their interest and will continue to work for them over time. And I want to use a single example, the Palantir contract with the NHS, because it highlights in one place how we have got it all wrong. We have a major national system handling highly sensitive personal data procured in a way where the model is subscription-based, not delivery-based, where the intellectual property wrapped up in know-how, much of which is built, does not sit clearly with the public, where we become dependent on a single supplier over time. That is not just a procurement question, it's a question of control, resilience and long-term cost. From a systems perspective, it creates lock-in. From an economic perspective, it allows value to flow out rather than being built here. And from a national perspective, it raises the question, what happens if that capability is withdrawn, restricted, or simply becomes too expensive to change? We have British firms, British engineers, and a strong open source capability who could deliver these systems. So the issue is not capability, it is choice. We cannot make the same mistake with the new single patient record specified in the forthcoming health bill in the King's Speech. That should be transformational, allowing access to patients' details wherever they originate, and must be a sovereign capability. The same principle applies to businesses more broadly. Markets should reward value creation, but too often now the incentive causes value to be extracted instead, whether through monopoly positions, weak regulation or misaligned incentives. This is where the government has a role, not to replace markets, but to make them work properly again. In sector after sector, we see systems that continue to function, but no longer serve the people they were designed for. And it applies equally to defence and security. Resilience is not just about spending levels, it's about design. It's about ensuring that we do not build national capability on systems that can fail at a single point. Whether that's a supply chain, a digital platform, or a dependency on external actors. Sovereign capability is not an abstract concept. It's the practical ability to continue operating when conditions are difficult. It's the ability to serve our country, our constituents, through thick and thin, whatever the weather. Madam Deputy Speaker, what links all of this is simple. When incentives drift, when cost control is lost, when systems become extractive, the societal contract begins to fail. We have talent in this country. We have the capability. The question is whether we choose to use it. Because in the end, I want to see systems that work, and I want to see a social contract that people can trust. The King's speech does not address sufficiently sovereign capability, and it lacks the ambition, and the government needs to go further and faster for us to truly be defence ready.
Yeah. Richard Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month, I joined the workers, the apprentices and management at the Methil Yard in my constituency, where they christened the Seahorse barge, 85 metres long, 25 metres wide, weighing approximately 1,400 tonnes. Seahorse is an impressive achievement and will play a critical role in enabling the construction of the Royal Navy's 3 Fleet Solid Support ships. The sun was shining on Methil that day, the Forth was sparkling, and it was fantastic to join with the workers who are rightly proud of delivering this project on time, on budget, and particularly to hear from the apprentices at the yard about the skills and experience they gained from being involved, and now their hopes for the future as well. A day of pride and joy for the workers, and what a contrast to my first visit at the yard, only a few days after I was elected to this place. Then, Harden and Wolff had fallen into administration. The future of the yard and its skilled workforce was under very real threat. But it was Labour ministers who stepped in and worked with Navanti UK to save Methil and 3 other yards across the United Kingdom. And Methil had reaped the rewards. Where there was once a bleak future for the yard, now we see investment and opportunity in a community where too many people and too many families are still struggling. And since acquiring Methil, Navanti has grown the workforce from 180 to 260. It's now on a recruitment drive to fill a further 110 roles. This includes recruiting 15 more apprentices to join the existing 54 apprentices at the yard. Brilliant opportunities for young people from the local area for the future. And Navanti UK has invested £27 million in upgrading the yard and its facilities. This investment has turned around the fortunes of the yard, which has now won a further 2 contracts for marine infrastructure, which the workforce will deliver in the coming months. And the transformation of the yard means it's ready to play a key role in the delivery of defence contracts.
Just there, okay? My name is Amar Anwar, solicitor acting on behalf of the family. I'm instructed to make this statement on behalf of Faya Ramaz, aged 21, Mohammed Ahmad, aged 26, following today's verdict. This jury, after 19 hours and 48 minutes and a 5-week trial, failed to reach a verdict regarding either defendant and has been discharged. The court will reconvene on the 29th of May for the Crown to advise this court on whether there will be any further proceedings. It will be inappropriate to comment until the further date on Friday the 29th of May. Thank you. Thanks.
How are you getting on? You don't have to comment, but you can say how you're at. Must be happy, lad. Alright, lad, take care.
Over 30 years in the making. Tonight is the night. Let's go. Come on, you all. It's your time now. followed by
Nicely concert. This is Troy, the left back, and then Linhart to get on the ball. Again, 5-0, the third during the team in 5 years to reach the final. Match at Frankfurt won in 2022 by Leverkusen, lost 2 seasons later. And we feel a good win tonight over the 10th team. To be victorious in this final. Starts in midfield, as he did in the semi-final against Forest. What he does credit to his experience of playing in this final. He actually played against patriotism in 2021, the only 2 players in the world who have started the European final.
What he does well is sit and allow the full backs. He's got the protection for the 2 centre backs and allow the full backs. Passing B to get forward. He did it very well with that passing.
General consensus from the final supporters that we talk to is that win, lose or draw tonight, they're happy to be here. They've never played in the European final. An alarming statistic is that since 2 a.m. we've been the Aston Villa manager, they've spent almost double what Freiburg has spent in the entire history of the club. So the fact that here tonight is a success for them regardless of what the outcome ultimately is.
I take the point absolutely, but I can guarantee one thing. I'm not here to make up the numbers.
Servants managed to all major European finals now for the Aston Villa manager. Of course, the shot was running in the end.
I'm not sure how far away it was, but good football, rugby pass there, only one touch. Yeah, it was another money for sure.
Essentially the preferred route to goal for them, so tactically everybody knows exactly what to expect from the tournament tonight.
Absolutely. Major great set plays after 53 forward, keep it there, Phil Taylor.
that before you slipped over on a treacherous bit of couple or after?
I didn't know.
It's Man Zambi. He's happy over there.
He's just trying to get into it, isn't he? Man Zambi, obviously great talent. The set players, haven't we?
We've got the captain, Vincenzo Grifo, and Nicholas Testa.
I'm watching this free kick. I'm watching the goalkeeper Martinez. He's pushing his defenders out. He doesn't want them inside that box at all.
It's a comfortable header away for Luke Dean. The first goal is on that side. The chance that's the final time out here. And Lloyd John as well.
Judging that. About skipper Grifo, he said the ball was an elbow.
Just on Grifo, who's the first Italian to captain a non-Italian team in a major European final, which you wouldn't have expected before. It's a quite long time, and you look down the list, the goalkeeper has been with the club for 11 years, Kugler 11 years, Bertler 19 years, Grifo 10 years, Ginter 13 years, and it's a group that's knows each other well. What's central here with a 12 forward game, Grifo number 22, and Testa number 19. The big centre forward, Curtin Watt is an obvious target from here. And it goes from Grifo towards within the benches. A good opportunity! That was fired in by Bertler. And then you kind of touch on the way, like well diverted that past Martinez.
Doesn't say it well at all, does he? Once you keep it down, he does keep it down. And as he's right in front of Ginter, I think he just stuck the right leg out there and all of a sudden he's in trouble. He doesn't use it well, thankfully, he keeps it down. Oh, what a chance that is against him. Here's Ginter.
It's going for a long time. One thing he hasn't done for a long time is score a goal. 75 games since he hasn't had the back of the net, so that was his big moment, Nicholas Testa. Which he couldn't take, but it is a boring goal. If I pick up a loose balls from this kind of century, so that's the fun.
Yeah, definitely. Just saying we need a week one there, but that flick in the back drop step, a more forward thinking player. He reacts differently.
That's what the header. It's a back again from Rodgers. Torres. Respective starts approaching 19 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think there's an awful lot in it. They're both a little bit of a sniff.
pass with the pass that was its way towards Morgan Rogers. Just a little bit of that was involving Draco and Cash. Now they seem to want to let go of each other.
He wins the ball, let's have a look at it. Does it show his studs? Yeah. The best catch in the world, I don't think he'll make it. Let's have a look at it. Yeah. That's another shin there, straight leg. I don't think Naughty up in the first spot. But, yeah, we have it.
Losing 3 games in a row, for impressively beating Leipzig 4-1 at the weekend to secure the European place for next season. They've got a Conference League place sewed up. And prior to that, they only won one of their previous 6 matches. And both teams, by the way, were given just shy of 11,000 tickets. When you look at the amount, certainly Villa fans that are in the 60th Istanbul. There are a lot more than 11,000.
They find the way, don't they? They find the way.
I must say, I thought that in the 12th, I thought my playing over. It was the only chance for Rogers that was relatively straightforward for the goalkeeper.
Yeah. And that brings the confidence and save. They've both done a little bit of a save at goal, haven't they?
It's okay. Martinez waits for the Aston Villa goal.
He's doing it again, Martinez. He clearly wants that 10 or 12 yards. I mentioned how dangerous this team can be at set plays. It hits that yard in front of him.
So this free kick taken by Aston. Posted in. Cross. That's the time on the link for Luca D. For any point here. Lucas finds there. To ensure he totally scratched the front. So come on, it's in the early stages now.
Necessarily put that some back line actually. I think the last season, a lot of space behind that midfield and keeping the back line.
That's moved tonight for Cash to run into, supported here by McGinn. Now Lindelof. Watkins, you know, it's sort of a release in time. Again, he needs a long ball, the most direct, but it's not much, you know, he's got to follow on the second ball. Using his body well there, Watkins. Just want the midfield a little bit closer. off a bit. This is Grifo. Eckerstein. Ginter. Lucas Kugler, the right back involved.
One thing you would say today, over 25 minutes now, both teams, when they are given time to flag, will get a really good shape defensively about. Which makes it difficult to break down.
Conservation would be at this stage, and approaching 28 minutes gone. They've managed to cut out the space for both Rodgers and Brandy, those two tens in this stability. There's not any room for them to offer anything on at this point. The things under control against the Watkins. His experience lead having 40 caps for Austria and 4 years at Real Madrid. That's where the main experience is in this team. You think about the two centre-backs, Ginter on the right, Lienhardt on the left. They've both seen plenty at club and international level. And Nicola came across over the free kick. Don't forget that sensational summer sport includes exclusive live coverage of Roland Garros, which gets underway this Sunday. The Tour de France plus the Commonwealth Games from Glasgow. All of this is live only on TNT Sports and on HBO Max as well. Outside of the fence, a lovely floated ball in. Luca D looking for Morgan Rogers. Over there defending it was Lucas Kugler. Good idea, wasn't it? Catch the invention.
Really was getting forward. Pretty straight from the seat, thank you, but a good break the right hand side. First time we've seen Magic Dash shows it forward.
It's always available. 55th game of the season tonight. Come on, again.
See it again, we can't beat boys to turn up for the work.
It's been a tight, crazy half an hour.
Yeah.
Nice now, good.
That's exactly how I describe it.
Quickly on the swing. That's happening. That's solid. Secured the head by his captain, Griffon. That's up. Lead high. Prescribing. Touching outside for the field was only going to be thrown twice and cut. I think he'd be relatively happy to choose from this point. The concern on the face of,
well, we never placed things very well. You know, it's hard to really open half an hour. Both sides are so well drilled defensively. You know, it's kind of nullifying each other, to be brutally honest with you. I know they're both in a little bit beside the goal, but not a lot happening.
His pass forward towards Matanovic. Through to Martinez. Still the only save that anybody's made so far tonight. Noah Atadolu, early on from Morgan Rogers. It's not really for the fans. They might be looking poorly by Heflin. Very happy to let it go. Julius trying to find the King's back on his feet. Louis Taylors. That's happening. Check very well now. This is Matanovic. Matanovic shooting chance, which he's happy to take. And it's a straightforward save for Martinez.
I'm taking the 50 minutes hand in, but you see how the way lively the young man there was helping. Doesn't initially rush to take the ball from Cheltenham, a good sample. And he sees the pass again, and it's a reasonable shot, a confident save. On the goalkeeper just needs to keep his eye on as it bounces in front of him.
On to Watkins. It's nice to get on the ball here on the Watkins. Just back inside. He's going for the shot. Again, as the scene. I think that actually been looking at Watkins on his way through.
Just wondering, could he hit that with the outside right through? He's certainly in a rich bit of form. That is a long direct ball again. That's obviously a shot to see again. Just keeps his eye on it, bounces in front from Martinez.
So the head start from Matanovic.
there.
Don't forget the Emmy award-winning House of the Tragic returns for season 3 on the 22nd of June on HBO Max, which is also the place to catch up with seasons 1 and 2, plus Game of Thrones and the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That must be a statistic now, 2,000 seconds. Have we got to that point? Good Lord. Just a sea of white behind Tiboru's goal. It's an impressive sight within the 5 weeks supporters, Alan.
Yeah, it really is. Generally speaking, fantastic support for the Germans that it comes up with.
So, Griffo's going to take the free kick. 14 goals in all competitions for the 5-week captain this season. Target on that side, but he is headed away, and now Rodgers is going to give chase.
He's on one case, a clever header from Tillman.
So Aston Villa with options. It's into back here, took it by McKay. It's onto the defender. Rodgers, the drop then made in there. Ariel Chua, and that's going to give him a cross. He's just going to get outside of it, but the supporters going to be sure that attack develop.
Hard chance, we're reverse ball here. Eventually breaks out again, there's the reverse ball coming up now. He takes a touch direct across the defender, breaks them again, and just wonders if they go to the finish to the other post. But it was a chance.
The shoulder gets a yard, pushes one through. Excellent play by the youngster. Just got half a yard and fizzed that through the first 6-yard box.
I fancy that it travels too far from my left from Villa's point of view. He gives Lindelof a step over, doesn't even back on his left foot, it's away from him. Fishes one across the face of the goal. He does well in my post, actually.
Entitled to expect.
Yeah, somebody coming up. Yeah.
So that's the one free kick. He's obviously seen something. Which has told him to go direct and have to watch a little bit. Yeah. Do you like to see blood from a little bit?
Actually, I'm not too disappointed in what I'm seeing. Because I think it's a good option of mentioning again. Once
So from the other side, again. As far as back to catch. Santa-Max has stayed in there. The kids sent in the cross. And that's behind. Concert back to Morgan Rogers. 2 minutes. Space for again. Plenty of height in the middle. He gives the byline, kicks it through. Not direct, tucked away by Best there. The Best is just a tough look. And she's too much on the back. First goes to back here for the ground, and the kid has tried to turn. Hit the shot.
Utilitarian. Freiburg nil. Aston Villa 2. Can we just talk about that first goal? If you love Austin McPhee, make some noise! Right, let's get our special guests back on the stage. John Gregory and Curtis Davis. Before I ask them a question, any Buendia. Come on! Villa fans, this is incredible. 8,000 of you inside this amazing venue tonight. 2-0 half time. Curtis, I bet you're up there watching thinking, what am I going to talk about? Austin McPhee genius once again.
Unbelievable. That was only his second goal of the season. You think he was a regular scorer. Morgan Rodgers coming to the big occasion, big performance, and a great ball. The finish was unreal. Tielemans, the quality of it, and ultimately, it was a cagey half in general by chances. I don't think we were under much pressure on the other end, but he went to see the goal for our time. To see a goal of that fashion, but then obviously the next one with Buendia as well. Both fantastic goals that are individually worthy of winning the game of football.
Now you played at the top level. 1 goal's good, 2 goals is better going into half time. How does the manager and the players stay up here because there's still another half to go?
I think they'll be encouraged because they'll feel that they can score more, but I think going the way that Unai is, will be quite defensive, shall we say, in terms of not go for the throat, let them open up a little bit more over the next 10 or 15 minutes, and then try and kill them off with a third and a fourth. But ultimately, it's just about winning the game of football. We don't have to advance them, we don't have to go and score 4 or 5, but if the opportunities are there, I'm sure Villa will take them.
John, let me ask you about Emi Buendia. He's had his critics over the last season. He seems to be coming up with his best when it matters.
When he signed for Villa, I thought this was like the missing piece in the jigsaw. But obviously he's had quite a few injuries since Villa not been in the starting lineup. But tonight, and that goal in particular, was what you expect from him each and every week. He has that ability, he's got that in his locker. Fantastic goal. The first goal was a long time coming. I thought we might have got one a little bit quicker than what we did. But obviously now with the second goal, Villa are totally in control of this game. Freiburg have hardly come out of their half in the last 15 minutes of that first half. So I expect Villa to keep on from that. We must get the next goal just to kill it off completely.
I'm going to say, I'm guessing the best form of defence is attack. If you're the manager now, go for the next goal.
Yeah, don't change anything. I mean, Villa, without doubt, are going to be stronger, they're going to be fitter. Motivationally, they're 2-0 out, they're totally in control of the match. And it's just a question of now how many they might get.
Can I ask you about the ref as well? And a bit of a quick trick with the yellow cards, but do we have to be a bit careful? Second half.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that Unai Emery will be very aware of the fact that we've got 2 bookings, Malikash and Buendia. And I'm sure that he'll look after them. Maybe if we get 1 more goal, he'll have the luxury of maybe taking Buendia off. Or Matty. So the manager will know exactly what he's doing.
3, 4, 4.
I think 4.
John Gregory thinks 4. What do we think, Villa fans? Last one for both of you. John, if it stays at 2-0, do we make changes or do we keep it the same?
No, we need to bring on some fresh legs towards the end. It depends who changes. Whether or not he takes Ollie off. Ollie's been very quiet in the first 45 minutes, but he's worked exceptionally hard. He's got a good bench. He's got players on his bench that he's got the ability to change and just put the pressure on the opposition. But we need 1 more goal. We need 1 more goal to make sure that we win this trophy.
You're a legend of this club. What would this mean to this city, to this family?
Well, just have a look tonight, who's in here tonight. 8,000 Villa fans. And you look amazing. You look amazing. It really does. It will mean the world to the whole city of Birmingham.
How are we doing at the top? Are we okay? We all good?
The gypsies. Is that the gypsies?
I would guess so. We're all getting it tonight though. Curtis, that's not for you as well. What's the attitude, what's the approach going into the first 10 minutes of this second half?
I think it will always be, don't change too much, but don't open yourself up to an early goal. I think the time of the Villa's 2 goals, the first one was 5 minutes before half time, but then from 20 to the second, almost begin the blow, literally on the stroke of the whistle. It should not be confident, so if you want to come out, they don't have to have a reaction for a third, but it's 1 Villa 2 within that first 10-15 minutes. If they can kick another goal there, it definitely is game over.
It's not bad. 2 of our goals in the season in the final. Guys, if this goes well, which it will, this is the last you're going to see of us. We'll play the tunes after the game. So for now, I really need you guys to give us the best LA we've heard in here tonight. All of you together, all of you collectively. A big thank you to John Gregory and Curtis Davis for now. Okay, boys and girls, here we go. 2-0 Villa. Every week we follow!
5-8-0, Aston Villa 2. Two absolutely world-class goals. Scored just before half-time. Yuri Tielemans in the 41st minute, when near 3 minutes into stoppage time, the last kick of the half. Neither coach at half-time has made a change. The effort is now very much on the German team to score the next goal in the final. Probably half the money. It's a foul on the scorer for the second Aston Villa goal. 43 years and 59 days since Tony Martin led Villa to victory that Peter Winkle had Nottingham against Bayern. The last trophy, the League Cup, in 1996 under Brian Little. It's a big club with dreams and big nights. What we've got to do now, Andy, is just finish off the job. Yeah. You can make the same. A lot of pressure. I didn't know it would open up that road. Which one is winning the office at stake? No. You can leave no gaps. The politics going on a bit more. Morgan Rodgers, opposed to any player here, challenge on him by Matthias Ginter. Troy, under pressure, being trapped in the kick. And the referee sees that. There's a free kick in front of him. The Aston Villa fans are down in the Besiktas Park Stadium. They didn't agree whatsoever with the Frenchman. Yeah, I'm looking at your screen right now, the referee again. He just goes across, so it's not on the free kick. It doesn't make sense for more than that. The only two nice moments from him in the first half, but that's not a fantastic Martinez. Did well to get there and then jumping the offside flag in. But wasn't that the learn? The goal to make sure he didn't slide out of the penalty area with it. It was a good one, but I thought he just got in. And then his assistant leading it.
shape of why I'm interested to see what the current climate is very, very comfortable for.
We've got 3 players on the bench that have scored goals this season. Oscar Marco, Sherrod, and Hill. It's not as if you've got a player that you can instantly say, well, you can send him on and he might just change the balance of the match.
Decision.
Pushed over by Wayne. What's acknowledged by the referee? 17. Good. Well, pushing back forward, but most of the passes continue to be square back.
Well, I'm very comfortable with everything at this moment in time. Is in front of them. Follow back four, they're not attempting to turn them at all, we're just getting behind them. It's been fairly comfortable defensively for Ball. We've got to get runners coming from Cooper, from your point of view.
In the box.
joy, absolute joy.
We'll talk about the culture, of course we'll focus on the big moments that we know within the game, and British organisation for the opening, that's where it's standing. Over the free kick, and we start the floor all the way forward tonight with that exquisite volley. It's a cross on the move. The infield towards Walker Rogers, that's away from Kubler. Top again. Straight towards Ollie Watkins, but taken by Ashley Bowen. Once he got on French on the defender, that's in the good quickly by Gibson. You can understand why he wins the score. They won't be in a very friendly.
He's left-hand side. You know exactly what Walker's going to do. He's going to try and run his right side where the corner is straight across the goalkeeper. He takes a heavy touch there. Not a good touch.
Supporters behind Zimbabwe's goal. Can almost reach out and touch the captain's up again. It's up towards another and the far side hits the outside of the post with a header. Now Luke Dean, Walker Rogers. On the flip again by Ilana. That's a corner. And the so close to a floor now.
Good thing he's at the angle on that headers in that angle. The whole place is filling it in. And he's probably getting the drive going back post, trying to knock it into the dangerous area.
Also, Darley, did you play? That's okay, okay. What a night to be asked to have a supporter of the club.
It's just a half-hour match, is that possible? Usually so hard.
Trying to take it off the captain, Grifo, the shirt. tallest towards Ollie Watkins. Not too high. Fascinated to see what the summer has in store for Aston Villa. Based on the fact they're in the Champions League already by the Premier League, they've got a really good team. So what they do to the squad now to make sure they can compete on both fronts.
And in case you've forgotten, and knowing you would have, they don't win any of the first 6 games this season.
It's amazing. They weren't scoring goals either at the same time. Seems a long time ago, that.